𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 9. Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by GiovanniPolder on Wattpad. Now let's start. Chapter name. The first chapter begins. The alarm rang loudly throughout the entire room. A muscular arm emerged from the covers, pressing the alarm just gently enough to silence it. The arm moved quickly through the blanket, still trying to catch a few more moments of sleep. A soft feminine voice called out, urging him to get out of bed. Instantly, the covers were thrown aside, and the man sat up, revealing a mess of blonde hair and tired eyes as he surveyed the room. His well-defined back was visible, showcasing his impressive muscles. His large hands rubbed his face before brushing back his golden locks, attempting to tidy himself up. He pressed his hands on his legs and pushed himself up with a sigh, feeling the cold air against his chest. Slowly, he made his way to the bathroom, the warm floor beneath him a comfort from the automatic heating. He opened the bathroom door, and natural light illuminated the space perfectly, highlighting the large granite countertop beside him. Dozens of products were neatly organized on the rack by effect and size. Walking to the toilet, he took a moment to relieve himself. The voice called out again, reminding him about his shake. He responded affirmatively, his deep voice echoing through the house. The man was 𝐶𝐮𝐿, known as All Might, the #1 hero of Japan and the symbol of peace. After finishing, he stepped into the shower, and the voice called out once more, prompting him to retrieve his underwear from the floor. Embarrassed, he opened the door slightly, grabbed his clothes, and placed them in the hamper, playfully expressing his frustration. In the kitchen, Inko Midoriya, Toshinori's girlfriend, was busy preparing breakfast. Her vibrant green hair reached just to her lower back, neatly combed and well cared for. Though she appeared slim, her hidden muscles reflected years of hard training. She turned around, holding a chopping block as she moved toward the blender on the kitchen island. With a gentle motion, she pushed a banana into the blender, accidentally causing a small mess. She pointed at the jar of peanut butter, which began to float towards her hand in a soft green light. Grabbing a large spoonful, she added it to the shake, her soft smile brightening the room. Inko was a hero too, ranked 30th, known as 𝐻𝐿, but she had chosen to pursue a different dream for now. Toshinori stepped down the stairs, greeting her with a cheerful, "Hello, honey." He was dressed casually in green cargo briefs and a long-sleeved white shirt. Inko expressed concern about his light attire, but he reassured her that he would be fine. She playfully warned him about the consequences of not finishing his shake, causing him to pause momentarily. She handed him the blender, preferring not to dirty cups if he could drink straight from it. After finishing his shake, he mentioned that he was ready to go, and Inko nodded, already prepared. With a skip in her step, Inko grabbed her large puffy coat, along with her phone and keys. Together, they stepped outside, the fresh cold air hitting their faces, but both smiled as they held hands. Their first stop was the bus station, where they encountered a few delays before finding seats. Toshinori's fame meant that people recognized him easily, even in a small rural town. After taking some pictures and sharing smiles, they settled in for their journey, which lasted about 10 minutes before reaching the subway. The subway ride was longer, taking around 45 minutes due to their notoriety. Both Inko and Toshinori were wealthy, with Toshinori earning well from his hero work, along with additional income from interviews, posters, and figurines. Inko also earned money, albeit on a smaller scale. They lived in a high-class neighborhood, where the streets were cleaned daily, trees were trimmed, and heroes patrolled frequently. It was a perfect place, albeit an expensive one. Beneath their neighborhood lay the middle area, home to families with average incomes, schools, and stores. Though heroes patrolled, crime still existed, with some thugs and villains causing trouble. However, their destination was the low-income housing area, known for its lawlessness. Crime was a daily occurrence there, with robberies and thefts happening frequently. Heroes rarely patrolled, and those who did were often as corrupt as the villains. Inko had made it her mission to improve this area, despite the challenges. Many rookie heroes had tried before her, only to be overwhelmed and defeated. But Inko was determined and resilient. 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 expressed his concern, suggesting it might be smarter to stick closer to the safer areas. He believed in her strength, but his love for her made him worry for her safety. She was not just any woman, she was a hero in her own right, and he admired her unwavering spirit. He just didn't want to see her ever hurt. Inko reassured 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 with a smile, expressing her own strength as a hero. She understood that his worries stemmed from love. As they arrived at the building she had just purchased, a small, worn-down restaurant, they took in the sight of graffiti on the walls, broken glass on the floor, and shattered windows. It was clear that restoring this place would require a lot of effort. 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 suggested they look around, and as he moved a large metal container that had been pushed against the wall, they heard a thud. It seemed the container wasn't empty. He noticed blood on the floor, not as dry as he would have liked, along with ripped fabric and spoiled food scattered about. When he peered inside the container, his stomach dropped. Fear washed over him as he quickly urged Inko to call for help. Inko, already anxious, grabbed her phone and began dialing, wondering what he had seen. When 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 pulled out a boy who appeared to be around 10 years old, she nearly dropped her phone. The child was frail, covered in dirt, and his right arm was injured, clearly in need of immediate medical attention. Without waiting for an ambulance, 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 felt the weight of the boy in his arms and rushed toward the nearest hospital, Inko following closely behind. As he burst through the hospital doors, he called for a doctor, his all-might form towering and imposing. Medical staff rushed to their aid, shocked by the boy's condition. A doctor quickly assessed the situation, calling for trauma response and preparing for surgery. He felt the boy's faint pulse and confirmed he was alive, but barely. After what felt like an eternity, the doctor returned to 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 and Inko, asking if they were the boy's parents. With anger in his voice, 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 clarified that they had found him abandoned. The doctor delivered the grim news that they had to amputate both his arm and leg due to the severity of his injuries. Inko's heart sank as she listened, and the doctor explained that the boy had suffered extensive trauma, including multiple fractures, burns, and signs of severe neglect. They had no information about him, and both Inko and 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 remained at the hospital, driven by their instincts as heroes to ensure the boy's safety. After several hours, they received an update. A quirk test revealed the boy's name was Izuku, with no last name listed, and a quirk that made him slightly stronger than average. Inko was shocked to learn he was 14 years old, though he appeared much younger. 𝗏𝗏𝗡𝐽 reviewed the list of injuries, noting the extensive damage and malnutrition that had left Izuku in such a fragile state. Inko struggled with the thought of the boy's suffering, realizing the extent of his trauma. As Izuku regained consciousness, he was disoriented by the bright light. The last thing he remembered was the pain inflicted by his captors. He felt trapped and scared in this unfamiliar place, but a soothing voice broke through his fear. Inko introduced herself gently, trying to ease his worries. She noticed his apprehension and paused, asking if she could come closer. Izuku hesitated, still frightened, but eventually nodded, allowing her to approach. She could, but he closed his eyes and braced himself for impact. Inko was beginning to understand. She gently offered, stating that they could just talk if he preferred. She asked if he knew his name. A soft, broken voice responded, revealing that he was Izuku. It was barely a whisper. Inko introduced Toshi, asking if he could tell them who his parents were. Izuku shook his head vigorously, fear evident in his eyes. He exclaimed that he couldn't, as someone had threatened to hurt him if he ever returned. Inko reassured him that he had no reason to worry, as they were there to help. As Inko took a step closer, she noticed Izuku instinctively dragging his foot back, trying to distance himself. Her heart ached at the sight of this young boy recoiling from a simple gesture. She softly promised that she wouldn't hurt him, emphasizing that they were there to help. Toshi observed the situation, feeling a sense of unease. Most frightened children would cling to him, seeing All Might as a symbol of safety, but Izuku reacted differently, retreating in fear at even the slightest movement from Toshi. The nurses who entered the room posed a challenge. Izuku was extremely scared and defensive, trembling at their approach as they tended to his bandages and IVs. Inko and Toshi returned the next day, eager to see him again. Inko mentioned that she had spoken with the doctor and brought him some food. Although Izuku was still fearful, the mention of food caught his attention, and he opened his eyes. Inko placed a black bowl on the small table in front of him, advising him to blow on it to cool it down. As she stepped back, Izuku eagerly dove into the hot soup, slurping it up. They had to be cautious with his diet, gradually introducing food to avoid overwhelming his system, which is why Inko had made a carefully prepared soup. Inko asked if he liked it, her heart aching at the thought of him being hungry. Izuku nodded enthusiastically. It was the best thing he had ever eaten. She promised to bring more the next day and asked if they could talk some more. He nodded again. Inko inquired if he had eaten well before he was hurt. Izuku replied that he hadn't, explaining that he had scavenged for food, finding scraps like apples and bread, and even catching a fish once, but some people had been unkind and stopped him from getting food. 𝗏𝗏 felt a surge of anger but reminded himself that they needed to gain Izuku's trust. He asked how Izuku had managed to survive for so long. Izuku admitted he didn't know, explaining that he had been lucky at times, finding blankets and food in the trash. Piece by piece, he had learned to survive. Later, 𝗏𝗏 spoke on the phone, expressing his understanding of his sidekick's worries about Izuku. He reassured him that there was no need to predict the child's future to assess loyalty. It had been a week since they started visiting Izuku daily. Inko prepared something for him each day, mostly soups, but now she had received permission to make a solid meal. She entered the room with a large bowl of soup, steamed vegetables, boiled potatoes, and turkey. Izuku greeted them, looking healthier than before, no longer recoiling at their presence unless they reached for him. Inko placed the meal on the table, and Izuku's eyes widened with excitement. She hoped he would enjoy it. As he ate, he seemed to have forgotten how to use utensils, but Inko and Toshi patiently watched him, ensuring he ate as much as he could. Once he finished, they resumed their conversation. 𝗏𝗏 asked if he knew what his quirk was. Izuku shook his head, explaining that he thought he understood it but had been told he was weak, just slightly stronger than an average person. 𝗏𝗏 pondered this, suspecting a misdiagnosis from the doctors. He suggested that if Izuku wanted to know more about them, they could become friends. Izuku nodded, understanding that friends share information. He asked what they liked to eat. Inko shared her love for fruit, while 𝗏𝗏 mentioned his fondness for American barbecue. When Izuku inquired about it, Toshi explained that it involved cooking large pieces of meat over fire with various flavors, making it delicious. As 𝗏𝗏 hurried off the phone, Inko entered the room, finding Izuku looking much better. He had regained some color and appeared healthier than the frail child he once was. Chapter name far healthier than they assumed he should be, but they all believed this was his quirk at work. Inko encouraged Toshi, saying it was time to play and reminded Izuku that learning could be fun. Izuku nodded, taking in everything around him. He was instructed to start, but he hesitated. Inko explained how to play the game, guiding him to grab the dice, roll it, and move the spaces. After rolling, Izuku moved his piece and quickly smiled as he began to understand the game. They played 4 rounds, and Izuku got lucky, winning twice while Inko also won twice, with Toshi not finishing any of the games. Inko praised Izuku for his efforts, teaching him some basic skills. She handed him a spoon and instructed him to move it slowly to his mouth, trying not to spill anything. They had not yet used food for training, as they were practicing with water. Despite a little spill, he managed to succeed. Inko expressed her pride, delighted to see Izuku improving so well. Most of the skills they were teaching him were ones he had already possessed, skills he just needed to regain after years of neglect. It was expected that it would take time, but they also noticed that Izuku was an extremely quick learner who actively wanted to improve. However, he still had a significant fear of new people, which became evident when Inko and Toshi invited Recovery Girl to visit. Although the older woman insisted on just observing, Izuku froze when she entered the room, his fear returning stronger than before. It pained them to see this, but they understood they needed to learn more about his past, no matter how difficult it would be to hear. In his memories, Izuku recalled a time when he was thrown down the porch by a large man. The 8-year-old Izuku landed HRD on the stone floor, exacerbating the pain in his already injured arm. He screamed in agony as he lay there, and the man shouted at him to be quiet and go die in the forest like a dog. After taking a swig from a bottle, the man threw it at Izuku, missing him slightly, but the bottle shattered on the ground, sending shards of glass around him. Izuku lay there, his cries unheard. The man went inside, turning on loud music, while Izuku remained on the floor. He dragged himself through the glass shards, cutting his hands, but he persevered and made it to the door. He knocked, pleading to be let back in, promising to behave. The door opened, but the man kicked him down the stairs again, throwing a beer can at him. Terrified, Izuku fled toward the nearby forest. In another memory, Izuku found himself on the ground, feeling defeated. A teenager taunted him, offering a half-eaten burger in exchange for a trick. The teen laughed as he threw the burger into the dirt. Despite the humiliation, Izuku eagerly grabbed the burger and ate it quickly, dirt and all, thanking the teens as they walked away. Both Inko and Toshi took the time to hear Izuku's story, which unfolded over several weeks. They listened to every painful moment he had endured, sharing in his suffering. By the end, they were filled with a fierce longing to find and confront those who had hurt him, wanting to protect him from further harm. As they processed his experiences, they knew they had to ask him an important question. Inko approached Izuku, who looked slightly worried. She reassured him that he had been doing remarkably well, and his health was improving more than they had expected. Inko explained that he would soon be released from the hospital, but they couldn't allow him to live on the streets. Normally, he would return to foster care, hoping to find a nice family or until he was old enough to care for himself. Izuku, fearing the possibility of returning to a mean family, expressed his reluctance. Inko offered him an alternative. He could live with her and Toshi. She smiled gently as she explained that they could adopt him, allowing him to stay with them and receive the care he needed. Toshi supported her, placing a hand on her shoulder, both fully backing the decision. Izuku, overwhelmed, struggled to find his words. Chapter name: Meeting More People. Chapter begins. Izuku nodded, unsure of how to express his feelings. He appreciated Inko and Toshinori. Both were kind and friendly. He confirmed that he wanted to live with them. Inko and Toshinori smiled happily at his response. Inko felt a strong urge to hug him but understood that he was still too frightened of physical contact. Instead, she smiled and placed her hand gently on the bed. Izuku remained in the hospital for 3 weeks, and each day, Inko and Toshinori visited him. Now, he was finally allowed to go home. As he sat on his bed, waiting, Inko nearly burst into the room with a beaming smile. She apologized for the delay, explaining that they had tried to park closer but the area was busy. Inko made it a point to arrive at the same time each day, hoping to create a sense of normalcy for Izuku. She wanted him to rely on her and Toshinori, to feel that he was not forgotten. They had brought him some new clothing, which left Izuku astonished. He wondered why they had done that since he already had clothes, albeit torn ones. Inko explained that it was to keep him warm and that he needed new clothes. She reassured him that they could buy more clothing that he liked later when he felt more comfortable. Izuku looked at her, confused, and asked if they were really going to get him more. Inko confirmed that he needed more than what they had brought. As he rummaged through the bag, he pulled out a shirt with writing on it. He asked what it said, having forgotten how to read after not practicing for so long. Inko explained that it was a shirt, hoping it would help him choose his clothing in the future. Grateful, Izuku thanked her as he struggled to put on the clothes. With Inko's assistance, he managed to wear a simple pair of jeans and a white shirt that had the word "shirt" printed on it. Toshinori stood up, ready to help Izuku into the wheelchair. However, Izuku accidentally fell out of bed. Inko rushed to him, concerned, but he reassured her that he would try not to be slow. She knelt beside him, telling him that he didn't have to crawl and that they could use the wheelchair. Izuku hesitated, worried because it was from the hospital, but Inko assured him it was perfectly fine. With Toshinori gently pushing him, they made their way to the car in silence. When they arrived, Izuku gazed in wonder at the clean street, devoid of trash or people sleeping. It was a stark contrast to what he was used to. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟 explained that this was home as he helped Izuku into the wheelchair and then into the car. Inko fastened his seatbelt before moving to the front seat. She asked if he would like some music, and Izuku replied that he was fine with whatever she chose. The drive felt a bit awkward for Izuku as he stared out the window, amazed at how fast they were going. It was a little frightening at first, but when the car came to a stop, he saw something he had never seen before, a clean street. As they approached the house, Izuku took in the sight. It was large, with windows on 3 different levels. The path leading to the front door was smooth and concrete, the grass was a vibrant green, and colorful flowers adorned the yard. He couldn't comprehend why everything looked so perfect and well kept. Inko opened the door, and Izuku's eyes widened in shock. He had expected a home similar to the one he grew up in, filled with wood and carpet. Instead, he saw a bright space with white tiles and a clean hallway. There were coats hanging on the wall and a small table with a bowl on it, along with shoes neatly placed by the door. As they entered the living room, Izuku was taken aback. The room was immaculate, with a small table featuring a vase of flowers and a couch against the wall. There was also a rocking chair and a footstool with storage. A large flat-screen TV hung on the wall, which Izuku initially mistook for a painting. He couldn't understand where the clutter and mess he was used to had gone. Inko led him to the kitchen, and Izuku asked where the lock was for the refrigerator. She explained that they didn't have a lock because anyone could eat whenever they were hungry. Izuku nodded, still processing this new information. Finally, Inko showed him his room. He was surprised that they had transformed one of the guest rooms for him. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟 smiled and reassured him that they would gradually fill it with items that reflected his hobbies. Izuku looked around, hesitant to touch anything, as everything appeared new and pristine. Encouraged by Inko and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟, he moved toward the bed, feeling a mix of excitement and apprehension about this new chapter in his life. Sitting down on his own bed, they reassured him that they would be right back and asked him to relax in his room. Izuku nodded in response. He was introduced to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, a hero and a doctor. Izuku kept his head low as he greeted her, feeling a bit anxious. Ch1 was a petite woman, about the same height as Izuku, with a round face and a warm smile. Her gray hair was neatly tied in a bun, held together by a large needle, and she used a walking cane, draped with a small scarf around her shoulders. Ch1 greeted him kindly, asking how he was feeling. Izuku insisted he was fine, but a sense of worry lingered in his voice. He recalled similar visits from people in his past, where he had to pretend everything was good to avoid punishment. Ch1 gently pressed him, assuring him it was okay to share if something was wrong. Izuku continued to insist he was fine, but Inko, his mother, felt a surge of frustration, nearly crushing her cup in her grip. Izuku shivered at the tension in the air. Ch1 then asked about his bed, and Izuku claimed it was great, though he noticed her mention of back pain from her own bed. She inquired if he had been in pain recently, and Izuku admitted he had, but quickly added it was his own fault. Ch1, drawing on her experience as recovery girl, understood his fear and tried to ease him. She asked if he knew about his quirk, to which Izuku replied it was useless, a sentiment he had often heard in his old home. Ch1 disagreed, believing no quirk was truly useless, and asked what it did. Izuku explained it made him slightly stronger, his gaze shifting nervously. Ch1 noticed his distraction and asked what he had looked at. Izuku pointed at the window, mentioning it had words on it. When Ch1 asked him to read it, he stumbled over the words, but with Inko's help, he realized his quirk had more potential than he initially thought. Later, Izuku sat at the dinner table with 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟, both eating while Inko had finished her meal. Inko mentioned she would do laundry and asked 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟 to wash the plates when they were done. Izuku, eager to follow orders, rolled toward the sink, struggling to get up with his one arm and one leg. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟 gently corrected him, explaining that Inko meant for him to finish his food first. Izuku apologized, feeling a mix of anxiety and obedience. 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟 shook his head, reflecting on the mysterious figure from Izuku's past who had instilled such fear in him. Both he and Inko shared a deep disdain for that person, wishing they could protect Izuku from his past traumas. They were determined to give him the life he deserved. Inko bit her finger, her worry for Izuku growing. She understood his shyness stemmed from his past, but she and 𝗏𝗏 agreed he needed to meet more people. It would be uncomfortable for him at first, but beneficial in the long run. They introduced Izuku to Nezu, the principal of a new hero school. Nezu, a small creature resembling a large rat or hamster, greeted Izuku with a friendly smile. Izuku felt a mix of shyness and apprehension, still struggling with eye contact due to his past experiences. Next, they introduced David Shield and his daughter, Melissa. David, who lived on Island and was the head researcher, stood tall with a friendly demeanor. Melissa, slightly younger than Izuku, was excited to meet him. When she noticed Izuku's missing arm, she exclaimed her eagerness to create a new arm for him, one that could shoot lasers. David tempered her enthusiasm, suggesting they could make a new arm and leg instead. Inko loved the idea, seeing it as a chance for Izuku to connect with Melissa and possibly gain a friend. Izuku, though hesitant, agreed softly, wanting to make everyone happy. Melissa cheered, causing him to flinch at her sudden excitement. David assured Izuku that he would ensure everything worked out. He felt a warmth in his heart for Inko and 𝗏𝗏, who had become like parents to him, and he pondered the possibilities of his future, glancing at the spot where his arm would have been. It had been years since he last used it. After being dismissed and hurt by Sir, his arm always ached when he attempted to use it. Following the incident with those teens, it had been severed. He couldn't recall what it was like to have two arms, but now he would once again have an arm. An older gentleman approached, standing around Izuku's height. His hair was combed back yet still messy, and wrinkles adorned his face, complemented by a trimmed beard. He appeared old and tired, yet still full of life. He offered Izuku some candy, and Izuku accepted it gratefully. Izuku learned that this was his old teacher, 𝗀𝗏𝗄𝐻𝗃, known by his hero name, 𝗀𝗏𝗃. He was surprised to discover that 𝗀𝗏𝗃 was also a hero. Izuku wondered why he seemed to know so many heroes. He was aware of the vast number of heroes, but he had rarely seen them. Now, with Toshi and Inko around, heroes seemed to be everywhere. 𝗀𝗏𝗃 explained that they were heroes, and Izuku looked on in awe and confusion. He had heard of them, but it was hard to believe they were just ordinary people. Heroes were supposed to be larger than life, super strong. Another extremely tall gentleman introduced himself to Izuku. He was only slightly shorter than All Might and had a lean build, almost skinny, dressed in a fancy suit. His dark green hair had 3 yellow stripes, and he wore glasses with a stern expression that conveyed authority. His white suit and dress shirt seemed more suited for an office than hero work. Izuku felt intimidated and scared, having been terrified of everyone he met. However, Inko and 𝗏𝗏 reassured him that none of them would harm him. They were all friends. To Izuku, the concept of friendship was foreign. He had heard the word before but had never experienced it. As 𝗀𝗏𝗃 walked away, Izuku let out a breath. Inko noticed his discomfort and gently asked if he was scared. He nodded softly. Inko suggested that 𝗀𝗏𝗃 should visit less frequently until Izuku became accustomed to him. She assured him that despite his intimidating appearance, he was genuinely kind. Inko smiled and placed her hand on his leg. It had been 2 months since Izuku had lived with them, and thankfully, Inko and Toshi could touch him without him flinching. Izuku was confused when a new person entered the room. She was a young woman, about 10 years older than him, and bore a resemblance to 𝗏𝗏. She stood nearly as tall as 𝗀𝗏𝗃, with long blonde hair and a strong build. Inko introduced her as 𝗏𝗏𝗃, a hero in both America and Japan, who aspired to become the #1 hero in America. Everything about her exuded a larger-than-life presence, yet she sat a distance away on the couch, smiling kindly at Izuku. Kathleen expressed her pleasure in finally meeting him, sharing that she had heard great things about him. Izuku nodded in response, feeling a bit overwhelmed. She encouraged him to call her Kath instead of ma'am, which made him stammer as he adjusted to the new dynamic. Inko then asked Izuku if he would like to learn something, and he nodded eagerly. Inko smiled and set down her books, suggesting they start with reading. She opened an activity book and asked him to identify the first word. Apple, Izuku replied, and Inko praised him for his correct answer before moving on to the next word. Chapter name, Home. Chapter begins. 𝗧𝗏 asked Inko if she was sure about their decision. They were lying in bed, discussing Izuku's situation. Inko suggested that it might be best for Izuku to start getting to know other people, as he had experienced too many negative situations for just the two of them to make things right. She mentioned that when David and Nezu visited, it seemed to help him. 𝗧𝗏 agreed, noting that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 would stay with them for a while, and they could ask her if she wanted to use the guest room to provide Izuku with a consistent presence in his life. He placed his hand on top of hers, reassuring her that everything would work out. The next day, 𝗧𝗏 called 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 over immediately. Izuku had been in his room, which was typical for him. They believed he had simply slept in, something he had every right to do. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 expressed her willingness to help, hoping to get Izuku to talk to her a little. 𝗧𝗏 smiled and suggested they see how it went. As he approached Izuku's room, he noted that it was 9 a.m., and Izuku usually stayed in until he knocked softly, and the door swung open. They had left all the doors open so Izuku wouldn't feel trapped and could access any room at any time. They found him sitting on the floor with one of the books Inko had gotten for him. 𝗧𝗏 spoke softly, but Izuku looked up, startled and worried. He apologized, asking if he needed to do something. 𝗧𝗏 reassured him that he just wanted to ask a question. Thankfully, after spending some time with them, Izuku had started to calm down and no longer feared punishment for a messy room. 𝗧𝗏 crouched a few feet in front of Izuku's wheelchair and asked if he remembered. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴. Izuku hesitantly greeted her, apologizing for the formality. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 smiled kindly and asked how he would feel about her staying with them for a couple of months. Izuku was confused by the question, as it was new territory for him. He asked why they were asking him. 𝗧𝗏 explained that they cared about him and wanted him to feel happy and safe. He acknowledged that Izuku might be a little scared of 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴, but they wanted to ensure he felt comfortable. Izuku admitted that he wasn't scared of 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴. She seemed nice. Although he was still apprehensive around people, he felt he couldn't refuse if 𝗧𝗏 wanted it. He was already feeling useless and didn't want to become a burden. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 expressed her happiness at hearing that and 𝗧𝗏 nodded in agreement. He then asked why Izuku was reading in his room when he could ask for help in the living room. Izuku reminded him that he had been told kids weren't allowed out of their rooms until 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 frowned slightly, realizing this was the first time she had heard such a rule. She reassured Izuku that he was allowed out of his room anytime he wanted. If he wanted to stay in bed until noon or be in the living room at 5 a.m., that was perfectly fine. Izuku was taken aback by this revelation. He had never considered anywhere as his home before, but now he felt that this could truly be his home. Later that day, Izuku sat at the living room table, still learning to read. He was a fast learner, and 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 praised his progress. He was reading slowly but improving quickly. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 suggested they go for a stroll since 𝗧𝗏 had gone to work. She was free and looking for something to do. Izuku agreed, feeling a bit nervous but comforted by 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴's kindness. Inko, however, expressed her concerns about safety, reminding them to take precautions. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 reassured Inko that they were just going for a walk around the neighborhood, not embarking on a dangerous expedition. As Inko helped Izuku into his coat and secured him with a seatbelt, he began to feel warm. He asked 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 to unzip his coat, and she complied, making him more comfortable. They continued on their way, and as predicted, it started to rain. They were as far from home as possible when the rain began to pour. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 suggested they pick up the pace, and Izuku agreed. She pushed his wheelchair faster, transforming their calm stroll into a thrilling sprint. The wind rushed past Izuku's face, and he felt excitement coursing through him as they raced back home. When they finally stopped outside the house, Izuku exclaimed that it had been incredibly fast, comparing 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴's speed to that of a car. 𝗀𝐿𝐼𝐴 blushed at the compliment, encouraging him that he would grow faster as he got older, maybe even faster than a car. Later, Izuku found himself at the clinic, where Recovery Girl prepared to take a small sample of BLD. She assured him that the needle would sting a bit but only for a moment. Izuku nodded, and as she drew the BLD, she gently kissed his arm to help soothe the moment. Izuku marveled at her quirk, expressing his admiration for its effectiveness. Before living on the street, Izuku had no hobbies. He simply had to survive. However, now that he had a roof over his head, a blanket, and food every day, he was able to explore the idea of hobbies. So far, he had won quirks. This interest sparked from a conversation with the tall gentleman, 𝐴, also known as Mirai Sasaki. He had asked Izuku a simple question about his quirk, which turned out to be a complex answer. Izuku had always answered yes when asked if he had a quirk, but now he realized it was more complicated than that. He admitted he didn't know. 𝐴 offered his help in figuring it out, and Izuku eagerly accepted. 𝐴 began sharing information about himself, hoping to connect with Izuku and appear less intimidating. He explained that his quirk was called foresight, which allowed him to see a person's actions for about an hour if he touched them and looked into their eyes. Izuku was amazed. It sounded incredibly powerful, and he remarked that 𝐴 must be one of the strongest heroes. 𝐴 clarified that while he lacked the raw power of other heroes, he applied his expertise in different fields. Izuku, though not fully grasping everything, felt he was beginning to understand quirks better. He learned about 𝗏𝗏𝐼's quirk, which allowed him to enhance his physical abilities, and about Inko, who could move objects with her mind. There seemed to be an endless variety of unique powers. Now, Recovery Girl was conducting tests to gather more information about Izuku's quirk. When he mentioned that something had appeared again, Inko asked what it said. Izuku looked at the pop-up screen, which was light blue and transparent. He struggled with the words but managed to read, "Daily Quest." He hesitated over the word quest, and Inko clarified that it was indeed a daily quest. The quest involved completing 5 push-ups, 5 sit-ups, 5 squats, a 1-mile run, and a 30-second plank. As he read the tasks aloud, everyone listened intently. When 𝗏𝗏𝐼 asked if there was anything else, Izuku nodded and continued reading. The reward for completing the daily quest was 10 experience points, 5 skill points, and 250 gold. Excited, Izuku agreed to try the quest. 𝗏𝗏𝐼 assisted him with the exercises, noting how easily he could feel Izuku's ribs. With each completed task, the boxes on the screen ticked off. The 1-mile run was the most challenging, but after taking breaks and pacing himself, Izuku finished all the exercises. Once they sat back down, Recovery Girl finished her tests, and Izuku clicked the box on the screen. His eyes widened as more information appeared. He attempted to read it aloud, saying it welcomed him to the system and congratulated him for completing his first quest. Inko encouraged him, and he clicked OK. To his surprise, he saw a reflection of himself, but it felt different, as if he were standing in front of a mirror. 𝗏𝗏𝐼 asked if it was like a mirror, but Izuku explained it felt like he was standing there, just like 𝗏𝗏𝐼. Beneath his image were words labeled stats. Izuku realized it was similar to a video game, and 𝗏𝗏𝐼 confirmed that it was indeed like that. Izuku felt a surge of pride. He was beginning to understand his quirk. Later, David, the technician, assured Izuku that he would not hurt him while measuring for his new arm. Izuku sat shirtless, eyes closed, bracing for discomfort, but felt nothing as David took precise measurements of his arm. David then asked if Izuku wanted anything special in his new arm. Izuku pondered, unsure, but Melissa excitedly suggested features like lasers and rocket boosters. David explained that a GPS, or global positioning system, would allow Izuku to always know where someone was. He demonstrated it using his phone to show Melissa's location. Izuku was fascinated. It seemed like magic to him. He asked if he could have a GPS for 𝗏𝗏𝐼 and Inko, and both adults felt their hearts warm at his request. David assured him it was possible and described how he would create a small screen in his arm with buttons to track their locations. Grateful, Izuku thanked David, feeling relieved that he could always find 𝗏𝗏𝐼 and Inko. David prepared to start the construction of the arm, confident that it would not be a difficult task. He envisioned connecting nerve endings to allow Izuku to control the arm mentally, which was the ultimate goal. Chapter name: Learning to Move Your Limbs. Chapter begins. David sat in his workshop, focused on creating an arm and a leg for Izuku. He tightened a bolt and admired his work. The leg was straightforward, requiring no surgery to function. It simply needed to bend at the knee and foot, a task David found manageable. Melissa, his daughter, eagerly assisted him, enjoying the time spent with her father. She wanted to be friends with Izuku, although he often seemed distant, a fact Melissa was still trying to comprehend. She understood that Izuku had faced significant challenges, having heard only fragments of his painful story from Inko and 𝗏𝗏𝗏, which left her and others astonished by his resilience. Melissa rushed in, excitedly announcing that she had made the light work. She placed the arm on the table, revealing a skeletal structure with a metal rod in the center and wires wrapped around it. The pointer finger was complete, featuring a small light and a set of wires leading to the middle, resembling a functional finger. David praised her efforts, noting that while the wiring was a bit messy, it was safe and correctly assembled. As he rummaged through his desk drawers, David searched for a battery for both the GPS and the light. He decided to incorporate two charging methods, one through a cable and another via solar power. Most of his gadgets revolved around heroics, so he was confident he had a GPS and solar components on hand. He integrated the solar charger into the top side of the forearm, giving it a sleek appearance. The arm was designed to allow Izuku full mobility, enabling him to move each finger, rotate his wrist, and bend his elbow and shoulder. This proved to be a challenging task, particularly the finger mobility, which was crucial for tasks like picking up papers or a pen. David dedicated an entire week to perfecting it, ensuring that the arm would fit securely into the shoulder. With a smile, David presented the arm and leg to Izuku, who blinked in astonishment as he processed the sight before him. He struggled to recall what his old arm had looked like before the breaks. David explained that the arm would require surgery to connect it to the nerves, allowing Izuku to move the fingers naturally. He had enlisted the help of an expert from Switzerland to ensure everything was perfect. Izuku felt overwhelmed, unable to express his gratitude adequately. 𝗏𝗏𝗏, filled with emotion, hugged David, thanking him for his support. Inko joined in the embrace, while Izuku remained in shock, realizing that this was all for him. He expressed his thanks, albeit quietly, still grappling with the enormity of the situation. David encouraged Izuku to try out his new leg, stepping back to allow Inko to assist him. Understanding Izuku's fear of being touched, Inko gently rolled up his breathes and positioned the leg. Izuku gasped at the snug fit, recalling the earlier fitting process. As Inko carefully lowered his foot, Izuku's eyes widened in surprise as he felt his leg touch the ground. Inko offered her hand, inviting Izuku to stand. With her support, he pushed himself up, feeling a mix of breathlessness and exhilaration. He stood tall on his own feet, a smile breaking across his face. As he took his first step in months, the floor was unexpectedly slippery, causing him to lose his balance and fall. He landed on the tile floor, the impact knocking the breath out of him. Inko, 𝗏𝗏𝗏, Kathleen, and David rushed to his side, helping him up and checking for any injuries. David realized he had forgotten to add anti-slip features to the leg. Izuku, feeling anxious, immediately took the blame, but David reassured him that it was his oversight. It was a common reaction for Izuku to assume responsibility, a habit formed from his past experiences. Inko prepared some hot soup for Izuku, who eagerly drank it, barely noticing any discomfort. However, when Inko took a sip, she burned her tongue, prompting Izuku to apologize profusely, feeling guilty for not warning her. They were gradually working on helping him overcome this tendency. David retrieved extra supplies from his truck to add the necessary anti-slip features to the leg. Once completed, Izuku was eager to try walking again, with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Inko by his side. Each step was cautious yet determined, and David ensured everything functioned smoothly. Over the course of a week, Izuku practiced walking, with Inko supporting him throughout. By the end of that week, he could walk independently, a remarkable achievement that filled him with joy. He reveled in the height he had regained, allowing him to see the world from a new perspective. As he approached a chair, a small smile on his face, he felt slightly winded but accomplished as he sat down. Chio, a familiar face, complimented him and slid a small piece of wrapped candy across the table. Izuku thanked her, appreciating the kind gesture. Each time Recovery Girl and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 visited, they brought him treats, adding to his sense of normalcy. David assured Izuku that he would personally handle the surgery, reinforcing his commitment to helping him regain his strength and independence. I have caught up on all the necessary requirements. Additionally, I got the chief of surgery to assist me with the operation itself. Izuku felt surprised at the number of people willing to help him. The nature of the surgery was significant, and it would take some time for the pain to subside. Izuku nodded, expressing that he didn't mind the wait. He had grown accustomed to pain, having felt it every day during his time in that container. His arm throbbed constantly, and even the slightest movement caused discomfort. Over time, the pain had dulled, and although he hadn't experienced it in a while, his pain tolerance had increased. The hot soup that burned others felt merely warm to him, and a fall that would make others cry barely elicited a sound from him. Pain had become a familiar presence in his life. Chio reassured him that he wasn't causing any problems. She understood his feelings of unworthiness, knowing his past had led him to believe he was not deserving of help. She suggested scheduling the surgery for the following week, and Izuku agreed. As the days passed, he began walking more, enjoying the sensation of movement. Each night at 9, he would go outside with Kathleen, Inko, and 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟. The nighttime felt safer to him, with fewer people around to stare. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 always brought a wheelchair, just in case Izuku needed it, as he was still working on his walking abilities. Each day, he pushed himself to walk further, striving to be more independent. The next day, Izuku woke up in a hospital bed, feeling a heaviness on one side of his body. His eyes were still groggy, and he noticed that his skin had taken on a grayish hue. The surgery had been completed. Kathleen greeted him softly, asking how he felt. He admitted to feeling dizzy, still under the effects of painkillers. Kathleen encouraged him to relax and suggested he try to sleep again while she watched over him. Grateful, Izuku sank back into slumber. The following day, Izuku sat at a table with an empty water bottle in front of him. He focused on his metal arm, a creation of David's shield, and with great effort, he managed to grab the bottle. However, he squeezed it too tightly, causing the cap to pop off and crumple. After several attempts, this was the first time he successfully grasped the bottle. Inko jumped up, cheering for him, and Kathleen praised his accomplishment, placing her hand on his head. With his arm and leg now functioning, Izuku felt more complete. He enjoyed the physical connection with Inko, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, and Kathleen, who could now touch him without hesitation. 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 suggested they try a high five, explaining that it was a way of celebrating. He demonstrated by raising his arm, and Kathleen tapped her hand against his. Izuku, eager to learn, focused intently on opening his hand and pushing his fingers together. Once he felt ready, he raised his arm, and when it was high enough, 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 tapped it gently. Izuku beamed with happiness and then turned to Inko, who also gave him a high five. Overjoyed, he realized he could participate in these small moments. In the weeks that followed, Izuku worked diligently on his limbs, using the treadmill that Inko and 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 had set up. He aimed to walk a mile each day, a challenge that proved more difficult than he had anticipated. He also practiced basic motor skills with his arm, learning to pick up pencils, hold cups, and use utensils. By the end of the second week, he managed to move a spoon from his plate to his mouth, even if the food fell off along the way. Despite the minor setback, he celebrated the achievement of having at least one spoonful of food, marking a significant milestone in his recovery. Chapter name: A New Hobby. Izuku sat up in bed, taking a deep breath in through his nose and out through his mouth. He moved out of bed and plugged in his leg, disconnecting the charger from his arm. He flexed his fingers, feeling the sensation of his new arm. It had been nearly 2 months since he received it, and almost 10 months since he met 𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟 and Inko. After securing his leg, Izuku stepped out of bed and gazed at the night still lingering outside his window. It was 5 in the morning and everyone else was still asleep, but not Izuku. He walked over to his desk, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at the various items he had been given. Pulling open one of his drawers, he took out a book and turned on the small desk lamp. As he began to read, he felt a mix of pride and determination. Although everyone praised his accomplishments, Izuku believed he still had room for improvement. He dedicated himself to studying as much as possible, reading for nearly 3 hours each morning and gradually tackling more challenging books. A dictionary lay beside him, his constant companion as he sought to expand his understanding. Each time he stumbled upon a word, he would look it up, eager to learn its meaning and pronunciation. Today, however, Izuku felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. They were going for a walk, a mile-long journey outside in the sun. The thought made him nervous. He dreaded the possibility of being bullied or encountering those who had hurt him before. Yet, the 3 people he lived with assured him that nothing would happen. They would be there to protect him if needed, which provided him with a sense of safety. Around 8, Izuku heard a soft knock at his door, causing him to flinch as it always did. Inko's voice came through, asking if he had any breakfast requests. He shook his head. Inko's cooking was always delightful. She nodded and headed to the kitchen. Izuku took a deep breath, grappling with his lingering fear. Back when he lived on the streets, he had heard all sorts of loud noises, gunshots, speeding cars, and people yelling. Those sounds had never fazed him, yet the gentle knock and quiet whisper made him uneasy. He didn't like that he flinched whenever Inko raised her arms, knowing she would never hurt him. He wondered why his body reacted this way. Inko, sensing his discomfort, offered her hand to reassure him, but he shook his head. He wanted to be independent and not feel like a burden. She gently reminded him that he was a blessing, not a burden, and that even the strongest people sometimes needed help. 𝗧𝗟 echoed her sentiment, but they respected Izuku's longing for autonomy. As they ventured outside, Izuku quickly realized how daunting the world could be. He tried not to focus on the stares he felt from passers-by, but it was difficult. Each person seemed to fixate on him, their gazes weighing heavily on his shoulders. Despite this, he pushed forward, keeping his eyes on the ground and focusing on each step. Kathleen led the way, deciding the path they would take. After walking for a while, Kathleen announced that they were about half a mile away and suggested they head back. She asked if Izuku wanted to take a breather first, and he nodded. Although he could walk a mile on the treadmill at home, the pressure of being watched made it much harder for him. Inko encouraged him to look up, and as he did, the weight of the stairs vanished. He blinked in surprise. There was no one watching him. The eyes he had felt upon him were merely a figment of his imagination. Inko pointed out a woman walking her dog, engrossed in her phone, completely oblivious to Izuku and the group. "You are not the freak they made you out to be. You are a perfectly normal boy. Nobody will stare or say anything," Inko reassured him. But suddenly, a group of young adults shouted at him, throwing firecrackers at his feet. The loud bangs startled Izuku, and he felt a surge of fear, begging them to stop. They continued to mock him, laughing as they drank and threw fireworks around him. A large man with a green hue held Izuku by his good arm, taunting him with a cookie while forcing him to reach for it with his broken arm. The man's third arm, growing from his spine, slammed into Izuku's stomach, knocking the wind out of him and causing him to feel sick. With tears in his eyes, Izuku reluctantly grabbed the cookie, enduring the pain that surged through his body. The man then tossed him aside, calling him a freak and declaring he would always be one. Izuku struggled to hold back his tears as he nodded at Inko's comforting words. A gentle hand from 𝗧𝗟 rested on his back, a symbol of support that Izuku appreciated. He expressed his longing to go home, using both his metal and real arm to push himself off the bench. Nezu sat down with Izuku, who pushed a paper to the side. This had become a weekly routine. Both Inko and 𝗧𝗟 wanted Izuku to build relationships with people he could rely on in various situations. Nezu was one of those chosen to guide Izuku academically. With his high-spec quirk, Nezu could learn and process information quickly, making him an invaluable resource for Izuku whenever Inko or 𝗧𝗟 were unavailable. "You were close with this one, Izuku. However, you see what you did here. You had it slightly turned around," Nezu explained, effortlessly correcting a small mistake in Izuku's math problem while ensuring he felt supported and understood. Izuku opened his notes and tackled another problem, solving it as he believed he should. Nezu praised him for his effort, and Izuku felt a swell of pride. Nezu enjoyed helping him, especially because Izuku was incredibly smart. His education had been severely lacking, barely at the level of a 6-year-old in some aspects and even worse in others. Yet now, Izuku was able to catch up at an impressive speed. He was learning at nearly a 10-year-old level, achieving around 4 to 6 years of progress in just 6 months. Everyone believed it was not only a mix of Izuku's quirk but also his intellect. He did almost everything at an accelerated pace, learning faster, healing faster. This fascinated Nezu and 𝐀𝐮𝐿, who understood that Izuku's quirk acted like a game system. Izuku received quests, most often his one daily quest, but occasionally, a random quest would appear. He tried his best to complete these quests to the best of his abilities, although some he flat out refused. One such quest required him to be out in public, which he consistently declined, no matter the reward. His fear held him back from participating in such actions. However, he sometimes received quests that involved spending time with people he liked, even if they led to awkward moments. Like right now, he had a quest to spend time with 𝗧𝗓𝗧 at the gym. Izuku understood the concept of a gym but had never seen one. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 explained that it was a busy place where people came to work out and focus on their own goals, treating everyone with respect. Initially, Izuku felt fear as he entered, surrounded by dozens of people. Yet, as he looked around, none of them seemed to notice him. At most, they waved to 𝗧𝗓𝗧 or 𝗏𝐿. Although he did not work out, he was curious and asked about everything. He wondered why all these people were there. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 explained that they were all trying to better themselves, just like Izuku was. Some aimed to get healthier, while others wanted to improve their appearance. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 pointed to a corner of the gym where a matted area was set up with poles and large bags hanging from chains. He explained that many trained to protect themselves. Izuku was intrigued but confused about how that worked. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 elaborated that most fights were straightforward. If someone fought someone stronger, they could lose. Izuku understood this well from his own experiences. However, 𝗧𝗓𝗧 continued, with the right training, one could learn to win against those stronger opponents by using martial arts. Izuku was amazed and asked if anyone could learn it. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 confirmed that everyone had the right and ability to learn martial arts, though not many pursued it due to the dedication and effort it required. Izuku expressed his longing to learn martial arts and get stronger, admitting that he did not like feeling weak. It made sense to him that the gym helped people become stronger, while martial arts offered safety. He wanted to feel secure and never wanted to experience the fear of being powerless again. 𝗧𝗓𝗧 agreed to help him get in shape, which made Izuku smile with gratitude towards 𝗧𝗓𝗧 and 𝗏𝐿 for their support. Training began slowly, starting at home, a safe haven where Izuku could work on the basics without the pressure of unfamiliar eyes. He understood the end goal was to complete a full workout at the gym, but that was a distant objective. With the guidance of Inko, 𝗏𝐿, and 𝗧𝗓𝗧, Izuku learned how to properly perform each exercise, contributing to his daily quest and allowing him unexpected growth. As Izuku became more comfortable with his workouts, 𝗏𝐿 took him to the gym for his first public workout. He wore a large hoodie and long sweatpants, concealing his metal arm and leg to appear normal. With 𝗏𝐿 by his side, he managed to complete his full day. They started with a mile walk, during which 𝗏𝐿, slightly older than him, laughed and joked to ease his nerves. Whenever Izuku felt the weight of others' gazes, 𝗏𝐿 redirected the attention to herself, an act for which Izuku was grateful. After their mile walk, Izuku approached his first machine, the bicep curl. His metal arm moved with ease and grace, maintaining perfect form, while his real arm struggled to complete the set. Nevertheless, Izuku persevered, completing every single workout planned for him. As he finished, he felt a rush of relief and accomplishment. The person at the front desk waved goodbye and gave him a thumbs up, which made Izuku shiver with anxiety. He dipped his head low and walked quickly toward the car, eager to hide in the seat. Yet he had done it. He had set out and completed his goal, which had transformed into a quest, rewarding him with his first ever level up. Chapter name: What is your name? Chapter begins. 𝗀𝗏𝗧𝗏 tapped his chin, contemplating the situation. Izuku had shared the details with 𝗏𝐿 during their ride home, and soon after, Inko and 𝗧𝗓𝗧 were informed. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and Nezu were requested to visit and arrived promptly. Nezu asked Izuku to explain what he saw once more. Izuku focused on the screen in front of him and began to describe it. He saw a block displaying himself standing normally, with a small bar labeled Remaining Points, showing 4 points. Below that, various stats were listed: Health, 100%, Ability Points, 50, Strength, 5, Dexterity, 6, Constitution, 20, Intelligence, 16, Wisdom, 7, Charisma, 5. Nezu noted this down, intrigued. Izuku continued, mentioning a tab on the computer that allowed for multiple screens. 𝐀𝐮𝐴𝐫 encouraged him to explore it. As Izuku moved his hand, he found himself in a new section, now wearing only underwear. He noticed many empty boxes and a label at the top reading Inventory. Nezu expressed excitement about the storage system and asked Izuku to place a pen into it. Izuku took the metallic pen from Nezu, moving it into one of the slots, which consumed 1 space. Everyone watched as the pen vanished in a blue mist. Nezu inquired what Izuku saw next. Izuku replied that he could still see the pen, which now displayed additional information. Nezu's pen had a note indicating it was a cherished birthday gift from 𝗛𝐶𝐿 over 30 years ago. This revelation surprised everyone, as Izuku had no prior knowledge of that detail. 𝐀𝐮𝐴𝐫 smiled, recognizing the uniqueness of Izuku's quirk. Izuku retrieved the pen from the mist and handed it back to Nezu, who thanked him. 𝐀𝐮𝐴𝐫 suggested that Izuku save his points to observe how his stats might change over time, emphasizing that it depended on what Izuku wanted to achieve in life. Inko entered the room softly, her excitement palpable as it marked exactly 1 year. It was 001, and she could hardly contain herself, though Izuku remained fast asleep. His arm was charging beside him, and he turned over, mumbling for more time. Inko quickly closed the door and ran through the house, covering her mouth to stifle her excitement. She found 𝗧𝗓 and 𝐀𝐮 on the porch, and as tears of joy streamed down her face, she dropped to her knees, soaking them both. Inko called out for Izuku, her voice filled with emotion, which alarmed both 𝗧𝗓 and 𝐀𝐮. 𝐀𝐮 dashed into Izuku's room, opening the door quietly, only to find him still asleep. Confused, she returned to the porch where 𝗧𝗓 was trying to console Inko, who was still crying. Inko expressed her distress about Izuku calling her mom, revealing the fear associated with the term sir for him. She shared that Izuku had told them sir had instructed him to always call him that, implying a harsh consequence for not doing so. 𝗧𝗓 reassured Inko that they could be called anything Izuku felt comfortable with, and Izuku nodded, showing that he saw them as his parents. This realization filled Inko and 𝗧𝗓 with joy, knowing that even if he wasn't fully aware, it meant the world to them. Later, Izuku spoke to 𝗧𝗓, who was watching a hero gala on television. 𝗧𝗓 explained that these events celebrated heroes for their remarkable achievements, and today they were honoring a newcomer named 𝗀𝗏, who had successfully taken down a group of villains. Izuku learned that both 𝗧𝗓 and Inko had attended such events before, but they were hesitant to leave him alone. Izuku offered to accompany them, concerned he might embarrass them. 𝗧𝗓 quickly reassured him that he could never be a source of embarrassment and expressed pride in Izuku's accomplishments. However, Izuku felt guilty for holding them back and insisted he wanted them to enjoy themselves. He believed he needed to start getting used to being around people, convincing himself it was for his own growth. Dressed in a suit that felt foreign to him, Izuku gazed out the window as 𝗧𝗓 drove. Inko and 𝗀𝐮 were elegantly dressed, and 𝗧𝗓 had chosen to drive instead of taking a limousine, believing it would be less overwhelming for Izuku. When they arrived, Izuku was struck by the sight of dozens of people, cameras flashing, and the overwhelming attention. Gripping 𝗧𝗓's hand tightly, he nervously requested to go home. 𝗧𝗓 and Inko immediately agreed, turning back to the car without hesitation. Izuku meant 1,000,000 times more than any gala could ever mean. He sat in the car, trying to take up as little space as possible, his head down and tears slowly streaming down his face. He felt the need to apologize, but 𝗀𝐮 reassured him that he had nothing to feel sorry for. She encouraged him to feel proud of enduring so much for so long, reminding him that they could always try again in the future. Izuku nodded, determined that next time, he would not give up. Later, 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 smiled proudly as she encouraged him to complete 2 more repetitions of his bench press. Izuku lay on the bench, struggling to push the weights, but he was determined to finish. With her support, he managed to complete the set, feeling out of breath but accomplished. An older gentleman passed by and complimented him, which made Izuku feel good about his efforts. After standing up, Izuku revealed his metal arm, something he usually kept hidden due to the stares and whispers he often received. He expressed his longing to change and decided to head to the locker room. He quickly changed shirts and dashed into the shower. As he swapped his shirt, he overheard some others talking about him, discussing how impressive he was for always showing up and pushing himself to improve. Their words surprised him. He was used to being made fun of for his appearance and habits. Feeling encouraged, Izuku changed into a long-sleeved shirt and gloves to hide his arm and hands, making him feel more normal. When he walked out again, he noticed 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 helping a tanned girl with large white ears who was performing squats with impressive strength. Izuku admired her grace and strength, amazed by her ability to lift such heavy weights. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 joined him again, and they continued their workout, with Izuku breaking all his previous records. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 suggested they celebrate with some good food. As they prepared to leave, Izuku expressed his determination to go forward, despite feeling nervous. Dressed in suits, he stood between his friends, smaller than even Inko. With Inko's hand in his, they quickly made their way inside, avoiding questions from the crowd. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 and 𝐀𝐻𝐿 kept an eye on him as they mingled. Izuku, feeling overwhelmed by the number of people, decided to sit down for a moment of peace. While he sat, a girl his age approached him, holding a glass of orange juice. She wore a simple yet appealing red dress, and her raven hair was tied back. She introduced herself as Momo Yaoyorozu, and Izuku struggled to maintain eye contact, feeling shy. He introduced himself, unsure of how to present himself without feeling embarrassed. Momo mentioned that she hadn't seen him before and asked if it was his first gala. Izuku nodded. Just then, Momo's mother called for her, introducing her to 𝐀𝐻𝐿, who was a hero in America and training to be one in Japan. Momo bid farewell to Izuku, who watched her leave, feeling grateful for 𝐀𝐻𝐿's support. Seeking a quieter spot, Izuku moved away from a group that included a stern-looking man with spiky red hair and a woman with white hair. He noticed the dynamics of the group, with most of the family sitting away from the man, except for a boy his age who was seated right next to him. Izuku felt a mix of curiosity and apprehension as he settled into his new spot, hoping for a moment of calm amidst the gala's excitement. Chapter name: Becoming Friends. Chapter begins Izuku's first gala. In his eyes, could have gone better. However, everyone else was over the moon. They could not have been prouder. Despite being surrounded by unfamiliar faces, Izuku managed to stay in the room, keeping his fear to himself and powering through. Inko expressed her pride, while 𝐀𝐻𝐿 placed a reassuring hand on his leg with a smile. Everyone was happy for him, and this support allowed Izuku to retreat slightly to calm down. He continued going to the gym, but that was the extent of his social interaction. Both Inko and 𝗧𝗏𝗃 understood that Izuku needed to push himself forward. Even though he was scared, it was essential for him to become accustomed to being around people if he wanted a somewhat normal life. In their room, lying in bed, Inko rested on 𝗧𝗏𝗃's chest. He gently stroked her back and suggested that they find some peers for Izuku, as they might seem less intimidating to him. Just then, they heard a knock, and Izuku stepped in, looking a bit anxious. He apologized for interrupting but mentioned that he had overheard their conversation. He was open to the idea of trying to befriend Mr. Shield's daughter. Inko struggled to hold back her emotions, knowing how much this meant to him. Izuku knew Melissa's name but was hesitant to address her directly without permission. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 asked if Izuku wanted to try getting closer to Melissa, to which Izuku nodded, despite his fear. He trusted Inko and 𝗧𝗏𝗃 completely. They were the most important people in his life. If they believed this was the right step for him, he was willing to try. 𝗧𝗏𝗃 reassured him that they fully supported his decision and suggested having 𝐀𝐻𝐿 accompany them for the first few meetings. Izuku nodded again, expressing his gratitude for their support before leaving the room. After a moment, he crawled under his blanket, focusing on controlling his breathing. Despite Inko and 𝗏𝗏𝗏's unwavering support, he still felt a wave of panic wash over him. They believed he should try to be friends with Melissa, and he intended to give it his best effort, even if he felt terrified. When he finally met Melissa, she greeted him with a sweet smile, her blonde hair slightly tousled and a smudge of oil on her face. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 playfully teased her about her messy appearance, and Melissa explained that she had been busy working on a spring-powered grapple, inspired by a hero she had seen swinging from buildings. Izuku sat quietly, trying to make himself smaller, feeling a mix of excitement and anxiety. Melissa's enthusiasm for heroes was infectious, and she expressed her longing to create something that would allow Izuku to swing like the hero she admired. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reminded her that Izuku might not even want to become a hero, to which Melissa responded with surprise. Izuku shrugged, uncertain about his own feelings on the matter. Melissa encouraged him to call her by her first name, insisting they were like family. This notion puzzled Izuku. He had never considered himself part of a family before. Melissa explained her admiration for heroes, emphasizing their role in using their quirks to help others and bring happiness. Izuku, however, had a different perspective on heroes, recalling how some had treated him poorly. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 intervened, explaining that not all heroes were the same. She highlighted 𝗏𝗏𝗏's strength and presence as a hero, but also pointed out that others, like Inko, used their skills in different ways to help people. Melissa continued to share her excitement about heroes, and Izuku found himself drawn into the conversation, realizing they shared a common interest in quirks. As they discussed a hero who used a net gun, Izuku's curiosity sparked. He speculated about the mechanics behind the quirk, considering the possibilities of how it could work. Melissa was impressed by his insights, and her excitement was contagious. She expressed her fondness for Izuku, calling him slightly weird but fun. Izuku, still unable to meet her gaze, felt a warmth in his heart as he acknowledged her compliment, realizing that he was beginning to form a connection. Izuku found it challenging to be around Inko at first, more so than with 𝗏𝗏𝗏 or Melissa. While 𝗏𝗏𝗏 and Melissa treated him as if he were just like everyone else, speaking loudly and cheerfully, Inko and others like her were quiet and serene, which made Izuku anxious. He never knew what to expect from those who were silent. However, he was learning to adapt. Izuku spent the day with Melissa after their conversation about heroes. Melissa expressed interest in upgrading his arm and leg, but Izuku felt content with what he had. After years without his arm, he was grateful to have it back. As they returned to the gala, Inko nodded at Izuku, who smiled back, thankful for her concern. He had agreed to attend more galas, reassured that most were just gatherings of familiar faces. High-ranked heroes often used these events to share plans and seek assistance, which meant Izuku could gradually get used to new people in a familiar setting. He knew there were others his age, including a girl named Momo Yaoyorozu. During their second meeting, Momo only waved at him from a distance, and instead, a large, intimidating man approached. Izuku recognized him as 𝗏𝗏𝗏, the man with white and red-haired children. Although he had encountered scarier individuals, Izuku felt a sense of wariness. He could see the rage simmering in 𝗏𝗏𝗏's eyes, a feeling he was all too familiar with. The imposing figure loomed over Izuku, demanding to know who he was with. Izuku's voice felt small in comparison as he stammered in response. 𝗏𝗏𝗏's aggression escalated, but suddenly, Izuku felt a shift in the atmosphere. Behind 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stood 𝗏𝗏𝗏, his presence commanding and muscular, casting a shadow over the smaller man. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 firmly addressed 𝗏𝗏𝗏, insisting he not raise his voice to Izuku. With a gentle yet unyielding grip on 𝗏𝗏𝗏's shoulder, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 made it clear that he would not tolerate any hostility directed at his family. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 smirked defiantly, but 𝗏𝗏𝗏's resolve only strengthened. As the tension mounted, 𝗏𝗏𝗏's grip tightened, veins visibly straining against his skin. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 struggled against the pressure, feeling the discomfort build. After a moment of silence, 𝗏𝗏𝗏 reluctantly uttered an apology, though it was clear he did not mean it. 𝗏𝗏𝗏 released him, and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 stumbled back, adjusting his suit before storming off, signaling for his family to follow. A calm settled over the group, but questions soon arose. Someone inquired about 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏's and Inko's ability to have children. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 confirmed that both he and Inko were infertile but had been fortunate enough to adopt Izuku. He explained that Izuku had faced many challenges before they found him and chose to become his guardians. Momo approached Izuku, and Inko embraced him gently. Momo looked at Izuku with a hint of guilt, expressing her longing to apologize. Confused, Izuku listened as Momo explained that during their first meeting, she had made assumptions about him based on his behavior. She regretted forming an opinion without knowing his full story and hoped he could forgive her. This was a rare moment for Izuku, who had never received an apology for something that had not yet occurred. Momo's sincerity touched him, and he thanked her, though he felt it was unnecessary. He expressed a longing to become friends, which Momo eagerly accepted. Inko smiled, hopeful that this budding friendship would bring joy to Izuku's life. Chapter name, Being a Hero. Chapter begins. Izuku spoke softly as Momo walked up to him, greeting her with a small smile. He made his way to the corner of the room, the place where he felt safest. From there, he could see everyone without the worry of someone approaching from behind. The others were aware of his preference for that spot, and a single chair had been placed there for his convenience. Izuku's gaze swept over the familiar crowd that always attended the galas. They acknowledged him with small gestures, understanding his apprehension around people. They respected his space, even though many would have liked to befriend the son of 𝐴𝐿 𝐿 approached him with a glass of water, and he accepted it with both hands, thanking her. She asked if he was feeling more comfortable, to which he nodded, expressing his intention to walk around. 𝐿 playfully ruffled his hair and offered to stay by his side, but Izuku politely declined, insisting he needed to face his fears on his own. She joked about his growing maturity before walking away, having always kept an eye on him during these events, as had Inko and Toshi, who were also concerned for his well-being. Taking a deep breath, Izuku stood up and took a sip of water before slowly making his way around the room, gradually getting closer to the crowd. Suddenly, the door swung open, and his attention snapped to it. He blinked in surprise as his quirk activated, sensing danger. He noticed a man with a gun, his finger poised on the trigger, aimed at the group. The man shouted in anger, his voice filled with hatred, clearly seeking revenge for something. Izuku's quirk alerted him to Momo's presence, and before he could think, his body moved instinctively. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, Inko, and 𝐿 reacted as well, rushing toward the gunman. The man pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew through the air, aimed at Momo. Her mother, 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, screamed as she saw her daughter in danger, but Izuku acted quickly, pushing Momo out of the way and taking the bullet himself. Inko cried out as she witnessed Izuku fall. The gunman was swiftly subdued by 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏, who crushed the weapon in his grip, while 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 incapacitated the assailant with a powerful knee strike. They rushed back to Izuku, with Inko checking on both him and Momo. Izuku reassured her that he was fine, though he noticed the bullet had struck his arm, rendering his metal limb partially inoperable. Inko released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her heart racing with fear for her son. Momo expressed her gratitude, acknowledging that Izuku had saved her life. Inko embraced him tightly, knowing the consequences of the gunman's actions would be severe. The gala was quickly shut down, and the police took statements from the heroes. Later at home, Izuku sat on the couch with Inko beside him, holding his hand. She had not let go the entire time. Toshi spoke to Izuku, acknowledging the recklessness of his actions but emphasizing the heroism behind them. He praised Izuku for selflessly stepping in to save someone without thought for his own safety. Izuku felt uncertain, explaining that he hadn't consciously moved, his body had simply acted. 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏 reassured him that what he did was indeed heroic. Host, Big News Morgan, introduced the story of a hero gala where a man named Baka Aho had entered with a weapon. Before the heroes could react, the son of All Might intervened, saving the heir of the Yaoyorozu fortune. Thankfully, no one was harmed, and the audience was thrilled to see the son of All Might following in his father's footsteps, inspiring a new generation of children to pursue their dreams. Chapter name, Training to be the Best. Chapter begins. 𝗧𝗏 stood in the living room, having cleared the space of furniture and laid out mats for training. He looked at Izuku, who was dressed in sweatpants and a t-shirt, and explained the importance of being able to protect oneself as a hero. He emphasized that while many heroes rely on their quirks, it was crucial for Izuku to develop his hand-to-hand combat skills, especially since they were still learning about the full extent of his abilities. 𝗧𝗏 pointed out that most heroes, like Inko, used their quirks strategically in combat. He described how Inko could use her telekinetic powers to immobilize parts of an enemy, allowing her or others to finish the fight. He then shared his own experience, explaining that his quirk amplified his strength to a destructive level, which was not the case for most heroes. He reminded Izuku of 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and 𝗧𝗏𝗧𝗟𝗘, both of whom relied on their fighting skills rather than quirks to succeed. As he spoke of 𝗀𝐻𝐿, 𝗧𝗏 shivered slightly, recalling the intense training he had endured under his mentor. He explained how 𝗀𝐻𝐿's quirk allowed him to propel himself at incredible speeds, but he had trained rigorously to ensure he could fight effectively without injuring himself. 𝗧𝗏 demonstrated how improper technique could lead to injuries, showing Izuku how a punch could cause a sprain if the wrist was not aligned correctly. Izuku listened intently, fascinated by the intricacies of fighting. 𝗧𝗏 decided to start with boxing, a fundamental skill for any hero. He explained the differences between boxing, kickboxing, and Muay Thai, highlighting how each style added complexity to combat. Izuku was eager to learn, understanding that each discipline would help him become a better fighter. 𝗧𝗏 instructed Izuku to raise his arms in a protective stance, demonstrating the proper boxing guard. He emphasized the importance of keeping his guard up to defend against punches. As they began training, 𝗧𝗏 guided Izuku through the movements, ensuring he maintained proper form to avoid injury. With pads in hand, 𝗧𝗏 encouraged Izuku to practice his punches while keeping his other hand up to protect his head. Izuku focused on his technique, determined to improve. With each punch, he felt more confident, and 𝗧𝗏 praised his progress. 𝗀𝐿 and Inko watched from the couch, impressed by Izuku's dedication and the guidance he was receiving from 𝗧𝗏, the #1 hero. As Izuku continued to practice, 𝗧𝗏 prepared to introduce more advanced techniques, excited to see how far Izuku could go in his training. After bringing his right arm back, Izuku was instructed to attack with his left while keeping his right in front of his face. He nodded, but that was when the problems began. His right arm dropped low, leaving his face exposed, and his wrist was not straight. 𝗧𝗏 remained calm, gently reminding Izuku to keep his wrist straight and protect his face. He encouraged Izuku to take a deep breath and try again. Meanwhile, Toya stood waiting, his shorts and t-shirt swaying softly in the wind as a breathless and sweaty Fuyumi approached him. She struggled to catch her breath and told Toya to give her a moment. Toya smirked and pointed out that villains wouldn't wait for her to recover. He had picked up that dark humor from his teacher, who was quite the character. He urged her to get ready because they still had 30 more minutes of running before they could head back. The Todoroki family faced a common challenge. Each sibling was born with a quirk powerful enough to propel them into stardom, capable of taking down numerous villains and gaining admission to any hero school they desired. However, they needed to work on their stamina and how long their quirks could remain active. Toya's quirk, cremation, allowed him to produce extreme heat, capable of generating blue flames that could turn anything to ash. Yet, all flames required heat, fuel, and oxygen. His quirk provided the heat, while the fat cells in his body served as fuel, keeping him in peak physical condition. The oxygen came from the air he breathed. Toya had to enhance his body and VO2 max. The more air he could hold, the better he could utilize his flames. This meant running for 45 minutes, which was merely a warm-up for him. Fuyumi's quirk allowed her to turn her body fluid into ice, requiring her to stay hydrated. Although she was improving with her brother Toya's help, she still struggled with stamina. Their father, Enji, barely acknowledged her efforts, offering no compliments and only intensifying Shoto's training in response. Shoto, however, was indifferent to his father's harshness. His life was not the worst, and he wished he could play with his siblings, which he only did when their father was at work. Each day for Shoto followed a strict routine. He began with a bland bowl of gruel that provided the necessary vitamins, proteins, and calories. Then he spent nearly an hour on the treadmill to improve his stamina before heading to school. His tutor taught him everything NG deemed essential for a hero of Shoto's caliber, all while he sat on a stationary bike, still working on his endurance. After school, Shoto would rest in a waterbed, surrounded by bands for recovery, followed by an hour of educational television, mostly featuring hero battles. He watched these during lunch, which consisted of fatty meats to add protein and necessary fats for his quirk. After lunch, he was forced to train his quirk with his father, enduring harsh and demanding training sessions. NG's methods were cruel, but he knew what he was doing, and nothing could be proven against him. Finally, Shoto would have dinner and read before going to sleep, ensuring he got the perfect amount of rest. This rigorous routine was shaping Shoto into the perfect soldier, one who would surpass All Might's legacy and burn the Todoroki name into history. It didn't matter that Toshinori now had a son, it was too late. Shoto was destined to excel. Meanwhile, Sigurd was encouraging Momo as he sat on her back, urging her to drag herself across the finish line. Momo, standing at 5 feet 5 inches, struggled under the weight of Sigurd, who towered at 6 feet 6 inches. He proclaimed that this was not torture but training, insisting that the only thing separating the two was mentality. He believed in pushing oneself to be the best, training hard every day to improve his chances of entering UA, the prestigious school All Might attended. Momo wondered why she had asked him for help as she brushed dirt off her clothes, which were now covered in earth and grass. Training at home felt like being in a war zone, with Sigurd's loud encouragement echoing around her. The day had started wonderfully, with Rias confirming a tea date. Momo had prepared both Rias and Sigurd's favorite tea, and since Sigurd was Rias's future husband, they were practically family. The conversation had turned to heroics, with Sigurd expressing his determination to enter UA. He was confident in his success, thinking of himself as a warrior. Inspired Momo to ask for his training program, leading Rias to suggest that Sigurd train her as well. In an instant, Sigurd was beside Momo, lifting her into the air and declaring that he would make her a warrior like All Might. Rushing outside with Momo, Rias sat back and enjoyed the training. Momo's mother stood next to Rias, playfully commenting on the situation. She remarked that Rias was a bit mischievous, to which Rias responded with a light-hearted laugh. They both watched as Momo was playfully chased by Sigurd, who was teasing her with a stick, encouraging her to run faster. Meanwhile, Melissa approached her father, David, with a hopeful expression. She asked if she could give something to Izuku. David looked over and smiled warmly. Since Melissa had learned to talk and dream, her aspiration had always been to become a support item creator for heroes. It didn't matter that All Might needed no items. She was determined to create things that could assist the legendary hero. Inko joined them, excited about making items for Melissa and Kathleen as well. Melissa had crafted a small card that read, Melissa Shield, Hero Support Item Creator, and Personal Support for Izuku Yagi. When Melissa mentioned that she was no longer focused solely on All Might, she explained that she wanted to support Izuku fully by the time he became a hero. She was eager to create innovations that would truly impress everyone. David encouraged her to give the card to Izuku, noting that July was approaching. As Melissa beamed with a big smile, David wiped away a single tear, proud of his daughter's ambitions. Melissa thanked her dad, feeling grateful for his support. Chapter name, birthday. Chapter begins. Inko softly spoke Izuku's name as she opened the door, peering into the dark room. Her voice barely made a sound in the early morning, and she noticed that Izuku was still deep asleep, just as she had hoped. Closing the door quietly, she shuffled toward the kitchen. It was 5 in the morning, and she felt a surge of excitement as she thought about preparing the best birthday breakfast ever for her son. This was Izuku's first real birthday celebration. Although he had already turned older, this was the second birthday he would spend with them. The first one had been subdued, as Izuku was still fearful of everyone around him. They had kept it low-key, making it seem like a normal day with just a few gifts. But today was different. Today, they could finally give him the celebration he had missed for so long, one he truly deserved. Inko recalled the stories Izuku had shared about his past. She felt a wave of anger as she remembered how he had been treated. The thought of the man who had hurt her son made her blood boil. She took a deep breath, calming herself as she washed her hands. Gathering flour, milk, and yeast, Inko planned to make warm, fresh bread for breakfast. While the yeast worked its magic, she moved on to prepare other dishes. She opened the fridge and retrieved the chicken breast she had cut into small pieces, perfect for nuggets, marinated in her special blend of seasonings. She had already prepared the breading mix, using small chunks of bread blended into a rough flour mixture. Once the chicken was coated in flour, dipped in egg and covered in breadcrumbs, she placed it in the air fryer, setting the temperature to 180 degrees Celsius for 8 minutes. After flipping the nuggets, she cooked them for another 8 minutes. Inko had many more dishes planned, but she noticed that 𝗀𝗃 had also woken up. He stepped into the kitchen, greeting her with a smile. Inko asked if he had double-checked all the gifts, and 𝗀𝗃 nodded, confirming that everything was named and wrapped. He felt grateful for each gift, knowing that everyone had put thought into what they would give Izuku. Weeks earlier, Nezu had assured them that he would get something special for Izuku. He had hung up the phone, tapping his chin in thought about how to make the day memorable. Turning on the speaker next to his door, he welcomed a group of students who had entered his office. Among them were 2 final-year students, 𝗀𝗘𝐬𝐬, known as Eraserhead, a rather sleepy-looking man dressed in a school uniform, and Hisashi Yamada, a radio DJ turned hero trainee, known as Present Mike, with his distinctive hairstyle. The group also included first-year students, Nemuri Kayama, who wore a uniform that hugged her figure, and Kana Tsutsumi, whose purple and pink hair was tied in a ponytail, looking slightly embarrassed to be caught in her PE outfit, covered in dirt and leaves. Rumi Usajiyama, often called a beauty, stood with her tan skin and white hair, though her aggressive persona often led to confrontations. Lastly, Ryukyu Tatsuma, also in her uniform, shook her head, trying to maintain a dignified appearance despite being covered in dirt and leaves. Nezu inquired about their frequent shuffles, a situation he found amusing rather than concerning. Being the principal of one of the worst schools was far better than his time at UA. Nezu chuckled as he recounted the latest incident. Rabbit had gotten into a confrontation, and Dragon had tried to intervene, which led to Perv and Loud joining the fray. Nezu then pointed out that Aizawa had also been involved in a fight, teasing him about it. Instead of punishing the students with something that might spark another fight, Nezu posed a question to them before they would have to run around the NP 20 times. The group groaned collectively, and Nezu warned them it could be 40 laps if they didn't answer. He asked what they would gift a young adult who had a troubled childhood and was anxious around new people. Nezu already had a gift in mind, a book about heroics, specifically tailored for Izuku, but he was curious about their suggestions. Hisashi suggested a high-spec headset, perfect for enjoying music or blocking out negativity. Aizawa, not known for his gifting skills, simply mentioned a chair. Rumi chimed in with a suggestion for an MMA set, expressing a longing for Izuku to be able to defend himself. Another student suggested relaxation toys to help him unwind at home, while someone else proposed a computer screen for leisure. Nezu nodded appreciatively at their ideas and encouraged them to start running. Meanwhile, Gran Torino was on the phone, assuring Toshi that he was capable of choosing a nice gift for Izuku. After hanging up, he chuckled to himself, already having some gifts prepared. He had ordered a variety of snacks and planned to give Izuku some handyman books, which he found amusing. On another call, Recovery Girl spoke with Kathleen, who was considering a motorcycle as a gift but quickly realized that Inko would not approve. Recovery Girl advised against it, and Kathleen laughed, deciding instead on a bike and a gaming console. They agreed to share some fun games for Izuku. Sir Night-Eye, in his office, reassured Toshi that he had marked the date in his calendar and would choose a gift that would be both humorous and appropriate for Izuku's age. After 3 days of contemplation, he decided on a book featuring 1,000 unique quirks used by heroes, along with a book of jokes to bring smiles. Inko visited Momo to inform her about Izuku's upcoming birthday on July 15th, inviting her to join the celebration. Momo expressed her regret at being unable to attend due to prior commitments in America but offered to send a gift. Inko appreciated the gesture and left her address. Momo began brainstorming gift ideas, wanting to choose something meaningful for Izuku. She decided on a selection of delicious teas and a full set of manga that Izuku had shown interest in, hoping he would enjoy them. As the day of celebration arrived, everyone gathered to sing happy birthday to Izuku. He awoke, confused by the singing, and was reminded that he was now a year older. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 playfully kissed his cheek, insisting that the celebration was necessary. Inko and Toshi joined in wishing him a happy birthday as well. Inko prepared a feast for Izuku, knowing his hearty appetite. The table was filled with fluffy waffles, French toast made from freshly baked bread, perfectly scrambled eggs, crispy bacon, apple slices, and yogurt. Izuku expressed his gratitude, but in the excitement, he accidentally shouted an apology, causing Inko's eyes to well up with tears. Toshi placed his hand on Izuku's shoulder, softly squeezing him. He reassured Izuku that he could call them whenever he wanted, emphasizing that none of them would ever hurt him or be upset about him calling them mom or dad. Inko nodded, trying her best to keep the kitchen from becoming too emotional. Izuku hesitated, feeling awkward as he asked if he could call Toshi dad. Toshi smiled, a tear of happiness rolling down his cheek, and expressed his honor at being called Izuku's father. Inko, overwhelmed with joy at being called mom, rushed to the garden to water the plants, tears of happiness streaming down her face. It took her 30 minutes to regain her composure, and she hugged Izuku for another 20 minutes before they settled on the couch to watch some shows together, enjoying each other's company. Inko announced that she would make more snacks, noting that the rest of the family would be arriving soon. Izuku smiled at the thought of them being his family, feeling a sense of belonging. Just a few minutes later, the doorbell rang, and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 went to answer it. Nezu entered with a large bag, greeting Izuku with a happy birthday wish and presenting the bag as a gift. He joked about the gifts being his ideas, and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 laughed at his humor. Izuku expressed his gratitude with a small bow, and Nezu waved him off, hoping the gifts would be helpful. As Izuku opened the book, 𝐴𝐶 remarked that he didn't recognize it. Nezu explained that he believed the book would help Izuku understand the important rules and actions heroes must take. Toshi assembled a chair for Izuku while they waited for the next guest. The doorbell rang again and Nezu, having just returned from the restroom, answered it to find Recovery Girl and 𝐴𝐶. 𝐴𝐶 playfully startled 𝐴𝐶, causing laughter to erupt in the room. He placed wrapped gifts on the table, and Recovery Girl expressed her hope that Izuku would like them. Izuku thanked them both, feeling grateful for their kindness. 𝐴𝐶 teased Recovery Girl about her cane, and 𝐾𝐿 joined in on the laughter. Izuku, still unaware of the joke, appreciated the gifts from his grandparents. 𝐾𝐿 suddenly remembered the gifts she had brought, and Izuku opened the first box to find a bike. She explained that it would be a great way for him to get outside more. As he opened the second gift, he was astonished by its value and hesitated, but 𝐾𝐿 encouraged him, saying it would allow them to play together. 𝐴𝐶 placed his gifts down, which were clearly wrapped with care, and Izuku discovered a variety of video games and sports equipment. Inko had also included extra clothing and accessories, including a watch with a tracking chip for safety. When Inko expressed her longing never to lose him, Izuku felt overwhelmed with emotion and hugged her tightly, thanking her. Inko, touched by his words, wrapped her arms around him in a warm embrace. 𝐴𝐶 arrived, apologizing for being late due to traffic. He presented his gifts to Izuku, who expressed his excitement to use them. As everyone enjoyed the snacks Inko had prepared, David and Melissa finally arrived, explaining that they had been delayed by a villain attack on the highway. 𝐾𝐿 laughed at the thought of the chaos caused by the villain's quirk. David handed Izuku his gift, hoping he would like it. He unlocked the box and opened it. The item inside was a reinforced titanium rod, its exterior crafted from a blend of various metals, resembling fish scales with multiple small chunks layered together. To enhance its appearance, a sleek layer of carbon fiber plates covered it. Izuku expressed his gratitude, feeling a surge of excitement at the thought of becoming a better hero. Suddenly, Melissa tackled her father out of the way, causing him to nearly stumble through the wall. With enthusiasm, she exclaimed that she had a gift for Izuku, urging him to read the card first. Izuku nodded and took the card, which read, Melissa Shield, Hero Support, Personal Hero Support Creator of Izuku-yagi. Melissa declared her commitment to creating every gadget Izuku would ever need to surpass all other heroes, proudly asserting her determination. Izuku watched in amazement, touched by her willingness to support him. Kathleen inquired if Melissa was no longer going to be just a gadget maker, to which Melissa replied that she aimed to make Izuku the greatest hero, teaming up with him to achieve their goals. Her words brought smiles to everyone present, proud of the two young kids. Inko then pointed out a large box, prompting Izuku's confusion. He hadn't expected such a big gift. Inko explained that it was from Momo, who had even written a note wishing him a happy birthday and expressing her disappointment at not being able to celebrate with him in person due to a business trip to America. She hoped he would enjoy the gift, sending her best wishes from the Yaoyorozu family. Izuku felt touched by Momo's kindness as he gazed at the large gift. Kathleen encouraged them to open it, and together they revealed its contents. Inside, they found 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴𝐵, a delicious oolong tea, which Nezu recognized and commented on, noting Momo's impressive taste. Melissa discovered some manga, excitedly identifying one as Horimiya, a popular romance series. Izuku smiled, appreciating that Momo shared her interests with him. Inko then noticed a smaller box within the larger one and handed it to Izuku. As he opened it, he blinked in surprise at the sight of a pair of shoes. They had a white base with red tips and black laces, and a note inside read, "Hope you like them." Kathleen recognized the brand, noting that many heroes used it for their shoes. Toshi chimed in, mentioning that most of his everyday shoes were from the same brand, while his hero boots were made by David. Izuku smiled, grateful for the thoughtful gifts, and resolved to thank Momo when he saw her next. He felt that this was the best birthday he had ever had. Chapter name, A Day in the Life. Chapter begins. Izuku was awakened by his alarm, quickly turning it off. He sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. As he looked around his dark room, he swiftly got out of bed. Leaning down, he retrieved his lower right leg from the floor and attached it. Moving his hand toward the nightstand, he removed the charging plug from his forearm before placing his arm back in the socket, squeezing his hand a couple of times to regain control. Izuku stepped out of bed and stretched, the bones in his back cracking as he did so. He sat down on the floor and grabbed the book from under the nightstand, beginning to read. This was his morning ritual. As soon as he woke up, he would often go to the floor to read 5 chapters of a book. Currently, he was halfway through a story by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle about Sherlock Holmes. No music, no light, just a calm start to his day as he immersed himself in the chapters. By the time he finished reading, he heard Inko and Toshinori waking up, the soft shuffling beside his door prompting him to start his first workout. Placing the book back, Izuku stood up and stretched his arm in front of himself before crouching down, keeping his back straight as he went down and then back up. He completed a total of 20 squats before moving on to push-ups. He did sets of 10, completing 5 sets for a total of 50 push-ups. This routine was part of his daily quest. As Izuku grew fitter and stronger, his quest evolved with him. What once was 5 squats, 5 push-ups, 5 sit-ups, a 1-mile run, and a 30-second plank had transformed into 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, a 10-mile run, and a 2-minute plank. The effort still earned him the same amount of points, 10 experience points, 5 system points, and 250 gold. Over the past 2 years, Izuku had accumulated a significant amount of experience, system points, and gold, yet he had no idea where to use those points aside from the experience. He had also saved up all his skill points, totaling 16, while being at level 8. The 10 experience points didn't seem like much as he completed the final parts of his workout. Standing up, he glanced at the clock. It would soon be 7. This prompted him to walk toward the shower, relieved that both his leg and arm were waterproof. After cleaning off the sweat, he got dressed and finally joined everyone. "Good morning," Izuku said as he stepped out of his room. "Hey kiddo. Pancakes are just about ready," Toshinori replied, sitting with a newspaper. Kathleen and Inko were busy cooking. Izuku merely nodded. Nezu also called. He will pick you up around 9. Okay. I will be sure to pack before then, Izuku responded, looking forward to the day. He had been improving his fighting skills, having gained a solid grasp of boxing. He had also started learning kickboxing and a bit of Muay Thai. However, Toshinori, Inko, and 𝐀𝐮 knew that Izuku would face challenges, as many heroes without super abilities often did. Unless one possessed extreme power like All Might or supernatural abilities like 𝐀𝐮 or Inko, being a hero was more difficult. They wanted Izuku to be as safe as possible, encouraging him to develop skills in various martial arts and different fighting styles. Even discussions about weapons were on the table. With Izuku's inventory system, it was easy to always have them on hand. The weapons he planned to explore included kali sticks, a bow staff, chains, and blunt hook swords. Nezu had offered to show Izuku lessons that heroes would typically undergo. Inko placed a large plate of pancakes in front of Izuku, kissing him on the forehead. "Here you go, baby." "Thank you, Mom." Inko's smile lit up the room. No matter how many times Izuku expressed his gratitude, she would never tire of it. After eating his fill, Izuku went for a walk, returning home with 30 minutes to spare, enough time to prepare some workout clothes. Sometime later, Nezu parked his cart and welcomed Izuku to NP University. "Really? I expected something better," Izuku thought, observing the surroundings. Nezu laughed, noting the fancy suit and expensive tea that often gave a rich vibe, yet the school seemed less impressive. "Did Dad really go here?" "Oh, Toshi did not. When your father was a student at my school, I was the principal at UA. Over the years, I stayed my course, trying to produce the best heroes focused on saving. However, those under me quickly voted me out. I was fired, and UA began on its current path. Which is? UA, or whatever anyone calls them, ultra assholes, are purely focused on power. Occasionally, a quirk that doesn't look flashy or work in a fight makes it through, but those are rare and mostly done for donations. They concentrate on creating heroes that are as strong as possible, with most lessons revolving around fighting and battling each other or other students, neglecting the core qualities that make a hero like Toshi." Nezu's voice lit up with passion. "So, I established my school. I started again, but my methods were disliked, resulting in my school being seen as the worst for heroes to attend. My goal is to create heroes who prioritize safety, heroes who can fight but prefer to seek peaceful solutions first." "I see. Now let's go. The yard should be in use about now," Nezu said, glancing at his pocket watch. Izuku nodded and followed along. It didn't take long before they arrived at the yard, which Nezu referred to. Izuku understood why. It resembled a junkyard. Tires were stacked on top of each other, used as sandbags, while wooden dummies appeared to be on their last legs. Various rusty and unusual gym equipment lay scattered about. It might not look as perfect as most gyms do, but here it's not about appearances, it's about functionality. Izuku nodded, looking around and already spotting someone he recognized, the long white hair and two large bunny ears atop her head. The small fluffy tail peeked just barely out of her shorts. Izuku recognized the girl he had seen with 𝐀𝐮 doing squats. Nezu informed him that her name was Rumi Usajiyama, known as Mirko, and while her quirk, Rabbit, was somewhat underwhelming, enhancing her leg strength and providing slightly better hearing, her dedication and countless hours of hard work had made her one of the strongest hero students Nezu had encountered. Nezu asked Rumi to demonstrate a roundhouse kick. Izuku watched intently as she nodded and prepared herself. She raised her arms to protect her face and stepped forward with her lead foot, maintaining a straight posture for balance. With a relaxed stance, she rotated her hips and pivoted on the ball of her feet to gain speed. Her right hand shielded her face while her left hand swung down for balance. As she executed the kick, the force generated was enough to topple a stack of tires and a log positioned in the middle. Izuku was amazed by the skill and power she displayed. Rumi returned to her original stance, ready to kick again if necessary. Nezu remarked on her potential impact on hero society when she fully harnessed her abilities. He then requested a front kick from Rumi, who nodded and prepared to lift the tires. Izuku, confused by Nezu's terminology, wondered why he referred to it as offensive. Nezu explained that the effectiveness of a front kick depended on which leg was used. Kicking with the lead leg generated less force, primarily serving as a defensive maneuver to stop an opponent's advance. In contrast, using the rear leg allowed for greater force, making it suitable for pushing someone back and creating distance. Izuku mentally noted these lessons, recognizing their importance. As Rumi positioned the tires, she lifted her rear leg to her chest and pushed it forward, using the heel to generate maximum force. The execution was impressive, and she quickly returned to her original stance. Nezu acknowledged her skill, and Izuku nodded in agreement. Nezu reassured Izuku that with enough dedication and effort, he too could achieve such skill. He believed that everything was possible with hard work, and Izuku's determination to improve was evident to everyone around him. Inko, Toshi, Kathleen, 𝐴, David, Melissa, 𝐴, and Recovery Girl all recognized his potential. After learning from the students, Nezu took Izuku back home, where they received some news from Kathleen. She mentioned that she would soon be heading back to the USA, and both Toshi and Inko nodded in agreement. Izuku felt a pang of concern at the thought of Kathleen leaving and softly asked why. Kathleen explained that it was necessary for her hero license, as she couldn't remain in one country during her training years. Izuku, eager to join her, asked if they could come along. Inko expressed her worries about the dangers of moving to a new country and how it might affect Izuku, but she was willing to support him if that was what he wanted. Izuku reflected on his past, recalling how his world had once been confined to his home. After being forced out, his world expanded slightly, but meeting his friends had transformed it entirely. He expressed his longing to experience more of the world. Kathleen responded positively, suggesting they move to America, with the possibility of returning to Japan in a couple of years for Izuku's time at ENPI. Izuku nodded enthusiastically, feeling a rush of excitement at the prospect of new adventures. Chapter name: Traveling Across the World. Chapter begins. Inko asked Izuku if he had everything, and he nodded. He had once lived with nothing, but now he had multiple bags of clothing. Toshinori shook his head at Izuku, explaining that this was their home, and he had asked Chio and Nezu to keep an eye on it. It would always be a place they could return to. Izuku agreed, and Toshinori called out for Kathleen, who emerged with a handful of bags. She mentioned needing to close her last bag before placing it with the others. Toshinori stacked 4 bags together and added 2 more on top, carrying 6 with ease, while Kathleen managed 2. Izuku grabbed the final 4 and stored them in his inventory system, marveling at how convenient it was. Kathleen quickly returned her bags, as did Toshinori, while Izuku organized everything in his inventory. Inko cooed happily, pinching Izuku's cheeks and expressing pride in her strong son. He smiled, pleased to be helpful. Kathleen suddenly yelled that she called shotgun and dashed toward the car. Toshinori remarked on her eccentricity, and Izuku chuckled as he walked toward the car with Inko. The car ride was stressful for Izuku. He felt a mix of relief and anxiety about leaving Japan, a place filled with both negative memories and moments of happiness. As he took his first steps toward the plane, he was surprised by the spaciousness of first class, where Toshinori could finally fit comfortably. Each of them had enough legroom to relax, a personal screen for entertainment, and a choice of meals. However, what captivated Izuku most was the view from the small circular window beside him. He gazed out at the large puffs of white clouds above, the open blue sky, and the vast ocean below, dotted with small islands. The country that had once seemed so large now appeared small, revealing to Izuku that there was so much more to the world than he had initially believed. He spent most of the 9-hour flight engrossed in a book, making the time pass swiftly. Upon landing, Izuku immediately noticed the chaotic atmosphere. The area where he had lived before was filthy and noisy, and America seemed no different. The constant honking of cars and the shouts of people arguing over trivial matters overwhelmed him. Inko sensed his shock and asked if he was okay, to which he reassured her that he was fine. Toshinori arrived in a large jeep, declaring that he had secured a vehicle for them. Inko, a fan of big cars, smiled as she settled into the spacious vehicle. As they drove to their new home, 𝗧𝗏 welcomed them in front of a small mansion. Izuku was amazed by the sight. 𝗧𝗏 informed them about a gym located 30 minutes away and a nice spot for hiking or jogging. Izuku had been going to the gym nearly every day, enjoying the feeling of becoming stronger and faster with each visit. Inko mentioned she needed a shower after the long flight, and Izuku nodded as he opened his inventory to retrieve their bags. He noticed a shopping basket icon with an exclamation mark and clicked on it, revealing a shop. 𝗀𝐿 was curious about what he could buy, and Izuku shared the options he found. One item was a universal translator, which would allow him to understand any language, and he decided to purchase it since he had accumulated enough system points. He continued to explore the shop, discovering a minor healing potion and a stamina potion, but realized he needed to reach level 10 to buy them. The final option was a resource tab, where he could purchase various materials for gold, including some unfamiliar items. 𝗀𝐿 expressed skepticism about the names, but Izuku thought it could be interesting to explore them with friends later. This marked the beginning of a new challenge for Izuku. As he trained his body, his quirk slowly evolved, and he felt stronger than before. His stats had improved, and he was grateful for the progress he had made, especially with his newfound abilities. And the growth was palpable. He felt better than usual. His constitution reflected how well his body could endure challenges, which had already been impressive. Surviving on moldy food and living on the streets for much of his life had trained him well. His intelligence had improved slightly. With his already sharp mind, he now had the ability to learn at his own pace. His wisdom was essentially common sense, allowing him to read situations and people effectively. However, when danger was present, Izuku struggled to identify emotions accurately. Lastly, his charisma was quite low, and he understood why. He was still learning to avoid making others uncomfortable and had yet to master small talk. But with each passing moment, Izuku was growing. He was improving in every aspect. Over the years, Izuku trained harder and harder, becoming more skilled. As they stood in the middle of a ring, 𝗀𝐿 called out instructions. Izuku had his gloves up, pivoting on the ball of his feet. He leaned right, ducking slightly as he pulled his elbow back. With an aggressive twist of his hip and shoulder, he flung his arm forward, his glove connecting with 𝗀𝐿's. Immediately, he pulled his right arm back and jabbed with his left, hitting her glove again. 𝗀𝐿 swung her right arm wide, mimicking a punch. Izuku crouched, bringing both arms to his left hip before stepping to the left, evading her attack. He then stepped up, his arm flying upward to connect with the glove once more before quickly stepping back. 𝗀𝐿 praised him, reminding him to stay light on his feet. She called out the next combination: a leg kick, elbow strike, and flying knee. Pivoting on his right foot, Izuku swung his leg, aiming for the middle of 𝗀𝐿's thigh, a strategic target to weaken her stance. 𝗀𝐿 raised her leg, blocking the kick with her shin. Izuku quickly stepped in to drive his elbow forward, but 𝗀𝐿 guarded against it. Stepping back slightly, 𝗀𝐿 brought her gloves down to protect her midsection just in time for Izuku to jump forward, driving his knee toward her. 𝗀𝐿 smiled proudly, calling him a little monster. At 17, Izuku had been away from Japan for 2 years. He hadn't changed much. He was still the same nice guy but had become less fearful of people. While he remained cautious around newcomers and struggled to make friends, he was actively working on it and improving. As he walked into the house, Izuku asked his mother what they were having for dinner. She informed him that Toshi was bringing home barbecue, including his favorite honey-glazed beef ribs. Excited, he decided to head to his room, feeling a bit off. He reassured his mother that if he needed anything, he would call. Lying on his bed, he intended to relax rather than sleep. Suddenly, a notification about his quirk appeared. Chatification possible, cost 1,000 system points. Confused, Izuku recalled an old meme 𝗀𝐿 had shared about a Chad, a tall, muscular, handsome figure. Shrugging, he clicked OK, deducting the points from his total. He quickly fell asleep. When he awoke, Inko was calling him for dinner. His eyes were still groggy, and as he swung his legs over the side of the bed, he noticed a significant height difference. His metal leg did not touch the ground. Standing on his one real leg, he hopped to the door. As he moved his arm, he accidentally hit the doorframe, realizing he was closer than he thought. Stepping into the hallway, he encountered 𝐻𝐿𝐿, who screamed in shock. Confused, he tilted his head. 𝗏𝗏 and Inko rushed in, echoing her surprise. Instead of the 4'9" Izuku who wore slightly baggy clothing, there now stood a 6'8" Izuku, his clothes fitting him too tightly, with his arms and legs still small in comparison. He explained that he had fallen asleep after activating 𝗏𝗏ification. 𝐻𝐿𝐿 burst into laughter, teasing him about his transformation. 𝗏𝗏 suggested they contact Melissa for new clothes, but Izuku, feeling hungry, requested to eat first. 𝗏𝐿𝐿 joked about his appetite, stepping beside him to offer support as he adjusted to his new height. She playfully remarked on his appearance, to which Izuku responded with confusion, clarifying that he couldn't change her gender. Chapter name: How It Goes with the Others. Chapter begins. A man urged the girl to be safe as he pushed her toward the plane, quickly turning away to hide his tears. The young girl, with tears on her cheeks, called out her gratitude before wiping her face. Her hair was pure white at the top, fading into aqua green and then blue at the ends, and she had two large horns on either side of her head, orange at the base and dark red at the tips. She wore red hakama breathes and sandals, with a small purple and white neodatsuki on her back. A white garment adorned with a diamond-shaped design and an indigo wisp-patterned bottom half hung slightly oversized on her frame. In her hand, she clutched a passport, determination in her heart. She resolved to be a warrior like Odin as she slapped her face, steeling herself for her journey into the airport. She was on her way to Japan, the homeland of the person she aspired to be, the legendary Kazuki Odin. When asked for her name by the TSA agent, she confidently declared herself Kazuki Yamato. The agent wished her luck, and Yamato proceeded toward the plane, fleeing from her father, a notorious American villain who had survived battles against heroes like All Might and had escaped from prison. He was known as the King of the Beast, the Dragon Kaido, and Yamato needed to escape his shadow to pursue her dream of becoming a hero like Odin, the samurai who had once saved his town by defeating an evil dragon. Yamato had a hidden bank account filled with stolen millions from Kaido, knowing her father would never think to look for it. Yet, she had to remain hidden even as she longed to attend the prestigious UA school, following in the footsteps of All Might, a man who embodied the strength she admired in Odin. However, entering UA would bring her name into the spotlight, something she could not risk just yet. Throughout her life, she had maintained a low profile, choosing to live in a modest home in a middle-class area despite having the means to reside in luxury. At 16 years old, she stood at an impressive 8 feet 7 inches, taller than All Might, which often surprised those who learned her age. Her quirk not only altered her height but also granted her immense strength, making her far stronger than most adult men. This was why she trained with weapons. Odin had wielded 2 katanas, but Yamato opted for 2 clubs the size of baseball bats, kanabos that she used in her training. Despite her dedication, she faced a significant obstacle in her quest to become a hero. Each school conducted thorough background checks to ensure none of their students had villainous ties, and Yamato's background was fabricated. If discovered, her father could find her again. Frustrated, she slammed her hand on the table, cracking the oak under her strength. She lamented her situation, feeling as though her dreams were slipping away. However, a glimmer of hope emerged when she searched for bad hero schools. She realized she could still become a great hero even in a less reputable institution, as long as they would accept her. The advertisement she found read, "We at NP do not care where our students come from. Children of villains, those who made mistakes as children, we want to create the best heroes we can, heroes who embody the spirit of All Might. Apply now." This seemed like a viable option, but she knew she would still need to study hard to gain admission. Meanwhile, a young Yuta sat by a pond, a smile lighting up her face. At 5 years old, she was still waiting for her quirk to manifest, and many of her friends had drifted away, with teachers beginning to overlook her. Being quirkless often meant being treated as invisible. Yet, Yuta remained unfazed by the absence of her friends or the indifference of her teachers. She still had her papa. As she sat by the pond, right across from her home in a safe neighborhood, she indulged in her greatest passion, singing. Even at such a young age, her voice was enchanting, reminiscent of a violin carried by a gentle summer breeze that wafted the scent of the ocean and joy. Unbeknownst to her, Yuda's quirk activated for the first time as she sang. The small ducks nearby began to swim in harmony with her melody, dancing along to the music. A family playing at the swing set nearby was also swept away by the enchanting sound, creating a cherished memory that they would hold dear. However, their joy was interrupted by an older hero, a man with a long gray beard who approached them. Wearing a knight's helmet with the front cut away, he was aware of Yuda's quirk because of his own. Unfortunately, many heroes were indifferent to the impact of their actions, and this hero, eager to prove himself to his team, decided to intervene. He believed that stopping Yuda's quirk was justified, not realizing the joy it brought to those around her. Yuda cried as her father tried to reason with the hero. The hero threatened Yuda, insisting that treating a hero was a crime that could earn her father a month in jail. Yuda screamed, pleading for her father not to be taken away. Her father had to bite his tongue, hoping they would not take him, but that felt like a distant dream. This situation left Yuda feeling hopeless about her aspirations of entering a hero school. The school stood firmly against criminals, and in their eyes, Yuda was exactly that. Crimes against heroes were heavily frowned upon. Nezu approached Yuda, greeting her warmly. At 17, Yuda had blossomed into an appealing young woman. The white dress she wore hugged her figure, partially concealed by the large vest she had on, while salmon leggings covered her legs. Nezu, the principal of 𝐴𝐴, acknowledged her struggles with entering a hero school due to her record. Yuda could only nod, her white and red hair swaying gently in the wind. Nezu continued, explaining that while his school did not yet have the best reputation, he was willing to accept students whom other schools overlooked, provided they met his criteria for a good student. Yuda's eyes widened with hope as she listened. She asked what Nezu considered a good hero, a question he often used to gauge people's true nature. Yuda wondered about the answer, and Nezu shared that a good hero is someone who wants to help others, ensuring everyone feels safe and happy. They would fight when necessary but preferred to assist others. Nezu smiled at Yuda's sincere response, affirming that she was exactly the type of student he wanted at 𝐴𝐴. He assured her that he would be happy to accept her when the time was right. As he turned to leave, he reminded her not to forget her studies, noting that while 65% was passing, he believed she could achieve even more. Yuda was left in shock, wondering how he knew about her grades. It was her first encounter with the all-knowing principal of 𝐴𝐴. The next matchup was announced: 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐻 versus 𝐽𝐿. Quirks were allowed, and the match would end when one opponent was knocked out or down for 10 seconds. 𝐒𝐮 stood in the ring, her light pink hair cut short, wearing headgear and gloves. This was her first time participating in a quirk fight competition. Her quirk, chakra, allowed her to enhance her strength and more, provided she trained it. Jin, confident and cocky, taunted 𝐒𝐮𝐬, claiming he would easily defeat her. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 frowned, her temper flaring as her inner voice urged her to retaliate fiercely. As the bell rang, Jin charged at her with a low guard, throwing punches that lacked real force but still hurt due to his quirk, heavy hand. Each blow felt like a heavy weight slamming into her. Jin boasted about his strength, but 𝐒𝐮𝐬 seized her moment. She sidestepped his last swing and stepped in, delivering a powerful punch fueled by her quirk's evolution. What was meant to be a minor hit turned into a devastating blow, causing Jin to fall, injured and unconscious. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 gasped in shock, never intending to hurt anyone that severely. This incident marked the end of her fighting days. She transformed from a hopeful young woman into someone terrified of confrontation, not out of fear for herself, but out of fear of harming others. Later, 𝐒𝐮𝐬 approached Nezu, expressing her longing to apply for 𝐴𝐴 and intern with Recovery Girl. Nezu, surprised, acknowledged her as the Pink Punch Haruno. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 admitted that she no longer fought, but Nezu assured her that she was welcome at 𝐴𝐴 and could intern with Recovery Girl. 𝐒𝐮𝐬 left, feeling happy about her future. Her short hair had grown long, reaching her hips, and she wore a sleeveless red qipao dress with white trimmings, black shorts underneath, and black fingerless gloves. Though she had stepped away from fighting, she remained active in training. In another scene, A young girl sat surrounded by a multitude of stuffed animals, each dressed in unique outfits. In the center stood a 13-year-old girl with pink hair tied in 2 long pigtails, adorned with a black flower hair tie. She wore red boots with multiple straps, alternating white and black leggings, a small red skirt with a golden belt, and a CRP top decorated with black hearts. A red cape with a wool edge flowed behind her, secured by a pink ribbon, while she held a large umbrella. Her large eyes, with black pupils, often intimidated others, especially when they discovered her affinity for creepy dolls and her quirk. Perona never quite fit in. Her interests in spiders, ghosts, and zombies were seen as frightening. Despite this, she had a small group of friends. However, during a walk, Perona accidentally activated her quirk, causing a single hollow to shoot from her hand. Her quirk, called Hollow, allowed her to create ghosts that could evoke feelings of emptiness or sadness in others. One of Perona's friends had an unfortunate incident involving her quirk. Without warning, he nearly jumped off the bridge they were on, putting himself in great danger. As a result, the 10-year-old Perona was unfairly labeled a villain. She withdrew from the world, no longer invited to birthday parties or school events. Loneliness enveloped her, and she found solace in her stuffed animals. "Please sit up during tea time, 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐵," Perona said to her large bear, who wore a blue hat. She smiled as she floated to the side of her room, opening a large wooden box filled with clothes. She tossed aside shirts, dresses, hats, and shoes, too small for her but just right for her stuffed friends. "Here it is," she cheered, finding a matching jacket. "Now you look all nice and fancy for the tea party, 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐵." Outside her room, her father stood with a newspaper tucked under his arm, sipping his coffee. "I hope you find some real friends soon, little 𝐻𝐻𝐿," he said softly before turning away. Perona had a unique dream, one not unheard of, as Best Jeanist was a prime example. She aspired to be a fashion designer for heroes while being a hero herself, hoping that no one would fear her and that they would all want to wear her creations. He smiled as he sat down, wearing the slightly tight, skull-themed breathes Perona had made for him 2 years ago. Despite being a renowned swordsman who had taught many and was feared by others, he wore those breathes every day at home, refusing to part with them. Perhaps having her join Nezu could be beneficial, he thought. He always had a collection of unique individuals. Perona could make some real friends there. Nezu spoke with Perona, expressing interest in her quirk. "Your quirk seems quite intriguing. We encourage our students to explore various paths, whether as a fashion designer or a race car driver. Our goal is to create a happy hero society, not a forced one." Perona eagerly agreed, asking if she could bring 𝐀𝐮𝐵 with her. Nezu smiled and assured her that there would be no problem with that. It had been a long time since anyone had offered her such kindness. Most were too afraid to approach her. Meanwhile, 𝐒𝐮𝐿 practiced her karate moves, demonstrating impressive skill for a 6-year-old. She executed a series of punches and kicks, enjoying her time until a popular girl approached her. "Why are you doing that? Fighting is a boy thing. Are you a boy?" Hana taunted, her smug demeanor reflecting her privileged background. "I am not a boy, I am a girl," 𝐒𝐮𝐿 retorted, frustration evident on her face. "Girls don't fight, that's what dirty boys do, which makes you a dirty boy," Hana continued, pushing 𝐒𝐮𝐿. Anger surged within 𝐒𝐮𝐿 as she decided to take action. She positioned her foot in front of Hana, grabbing her sleeve and pulling her off balance. With a swift motion, she executed a shoulder throw, sending Hana to the ground. The commotion caught the attention of their fathers, who rushed over. 𝐒𝐮𝐿's father scolded her, emphasizing that martial arts should never be used to hurt others. "We practice martial arts in defense, not retaliation. Apologize immediately." 𝐒𝐮𝐿 reluctantly apologized, explaining that she was being bullied. Her father reminded her that pride should not come from fighting and that it was better to walk away from trouble. Afterward, he lifted her onto his shoulders, and they celebrated with ice cream. 𝐒𝐮𝐿 savored 2 scoops of vanilla and a taste of her father's coffee-flavored treat, feeling content as they made their way home. She dozed off on the couch, her red hair falling messily over her face. The doorbell rang, waking her from her slumber. Officers, what can I do for you?" she asked, confused. Retsu, her father, was informed by two officers, Ichigo and Akira, that a report had been filed against 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. Someone named Hananami Banori claimed that 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 attacked her child, they explained. Retsu was shocked and angry, while 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 felt bewildered. The officers reassured her that, due to her age, the report would likely be dismissed in time. I doubt it sticks around for a week, Akira thought. Normally, he would be correct. The Banori family was quite wealthy and often made significant donations to the police chief, which meant that charges lingered longer than anyone would hope. One of the reporters expressed regret, explaining that they could not allow anyone with a record to enter their hero school, hoping she would understand. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 bit her lip, feeling the weight of the situation. She stood up and walked out of the office, her bright orange hair tied in a ponytail slightly off to the side. Her outfit was a bit disheveled, but she was clearly in shape from her ongoing martial arts training. At 17, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 felt like she was at her wit's end. She had dreamed of becoming a pro-hero since she was 12, inspired by her father's teachings about helping others. However, because of a mistake made by someone who had moved away when she was 8, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 now had a record, and no hero school would accept her. They all wanted to avoid being associated with a student who had a criminal history. As she pondered her situation, she heard a voice say, "Sorry, but your 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 kendo is correct." 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 looked to her left but saw nothing. Perhaps it was an invisible quirk user, she thought, until she heard the voice again, this time from below. "Down here, miss, it's it." She looked down to see a well-dressed, rat-like creature. How do you know me?" 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 asked, feeling a mix of confusion and concern. "Oh, my apologies. You applied to the 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐬𝐽 University Hero course, correct?" the creature said. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 nodded. "They couldn't accept you because of your record, but I have a good friend there who told me about your situation. I believe that the right person can still have a chance, regardless of their past," the creature continued. Who are you?" 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 inquired. "My name is Nezu. I am the principal of NP University," he replied. With few options left if she wanted to pursue her dream of becoming a hero, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 felt a glimmer of hope. "I would appreciate that," she said. "Then I more than welcome you to enter NP next year," Nezu said, cackling happily as he walked away. Chapter name, Getting Ready to Become a Hero. Chapter begins. Izuku sat up in his bed, glancing at his alarm with a smile. It was only 6 in the morning, but the time didn't bother him. What made him smile was the date. Melissa was coming to stay with them for a month. He looked forward to not only regaining his leg and arm but also spending time with her. However, adjusting to his new, larger body was proving to be a challenge. He kept accidentally knocking things over, as his limbs had grown significantly. Now standing 2 feet taller than before, the world felt different. Inko, who used to be 5 feet 3 inches, was now dwarfed by him, making their previous height difference seem trivial. He towered over cars, and even Kathleen, who had once been much bigger than him, now appeared shorter, much to her annoyance. Using his one arm, Izuku grabbed a book from his nightstand and began to read quietly. He still had hours before anyone would wake up and 6 hours until Melissa would arrive. It had been years since he had visited Japan, and although he maintained contact with Momo and Melissa, they had yet to see his transformation. They only knew he had changed, but to them, that simply meant he had grown an inch or developed some facial hair, not that he had nearly become a different person. As he read, a smile spread across his face as memories flooded back. He recalled all the training sessions with Kathleen and his parents, the online study hours with Sir Nezu, and the quirk discussions with Uncle Night-Eye. One memory stood out vividly: the time 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, a nickname Kathleen had given 𝐀𝐮𝐿, unexpectedly rang their doorbell while they were in America. He had nearly had a heart attack upon hearing Izuku's voice coming from the giant figure. Since then, 𝐀𝐮𝐿 had often reminded everyone how much Izuku resembled him in his prime. A handsome, powerful man who could easily win over anyone. 𝐀𝐮𝐿 urged 𝐶𝐻𝐼nori, the #1 hero known as All Might, to engage in a sparring match with Izuku. He insisted that it would be beneficial for Izuku to learn how to fight against larger opponents. 𝐶𝐻𝐼nori, however, was hesitant and stuttered nervously, expressing his concerns about Izuku witnessing the spar. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, enjoying her smoothie in a hammock, teased 𝗧𝗏, questioning whether he would deny his son the chance to see the match. Izuku expressed his eagerness to watch, having never seen 𝐴𝐻𝐿 spar before. 𝗧𝗏, nearly in tears from the pressure, reluctantly agreed to a short spar, but 𝐴𝐻𝐿 suggested extending it to 5 minutes, leaving 𝗧𝗏 in shock. The playful banter continued, with 𝐴𝐻𝐿 joking about 𝗧𝗏's past performance issues, causing laughter among the others. Izuku, while confused by the joke, remained focused on the upcoming spar. As the match began, 𝗧𝗏 took an aggressive stance, fists forward and slightly crouched. 𝐴𝐻𝐿, in contrast, appeared relaxed, hands by his side and head tilted. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation as 𝐾𝐿 signaled the start of the spar. 𝐴𝐻𝐿 smirked and made the first move, leaning forward before activating his quirk, jet. The ground erupted as he propelled himself forward, leaving Izuku struggling to keep up with the speed of the action. 𝗧𝗏 attempted to block 𝐴𝐻𝐿's strikes, but the older hero was elusive, vanishing and reappearing with new attacks. 𝗧𝗏 found himself on the defensive, struggling to keep up. In a final, spectacular move, 𝐴𝐻𝐿 spun mid-air and executed a powerful kick. 𝗧𝗏 managed to block it, but the force sent 𝐴𝐻𝐿 soaring back, landing gracefully in the branches of a tree, while 𝗧𝗏 fell to the ground, his shirt in tatters. Both were slightly out of breath, with 𝐴𝐻𝐿 laughing from his perch in the tree. 𝗧𝗏, still winded, asked Izuku how he had enjoyed the spar. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed that it had been amazing. Both of them were so fast that 𝐴𝐻𝐿 almost missed it all. He chuckled and suggested they go again, this time at a slower pace. Before Izuku could process how much time had passed, his door was kicked open with the force of a police squad team. A 170 centimeters blonde young lady with glasses stormed into the room and tackled Izuku in bed with the force of an NFL linebacker. Melissa exclaimed how much she had missed him, trying to envelop him in a hug. However, she blinked in surprise when the hug felt different, as if she were embracing two Izukus sitting side by side. For the first time, Melissa stepped back to look at who she had hugged. She gasped in shock, nearly jumping backward in bed. It dawned on her that she had rushed into a stranger's room and hugged him. Izuku reassured her that it was indeed him. Melissa took a moment to process the situation. She had always loved being taller than Izuku, but now he looked so much bigger. 𝐾𝐿 smirked and commented on Izuku's transformation, teasingly calling him a 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. She had picked up Melissa and intentionally kept her in the dark about Izuku's growth. Melissa's excitement grew as she realized the implications of Izuku's new size. She began to envision all the new abilities she could integrate into his arms, her aqua-blue eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. She had been informed that Izuku had outgrown his arm, and she nodded as she planned the next one, ensuring it could accommodate his height. However, she had only anticipated a few inches of growth, not the 2 feet he had gained. Thankfully, she could adjust the leg slightly so that he could walk on 2 feet again. Melissa used a metal tube she found as extra material to support the height, feeling a pang of discomfort as a MSTR crafter, but her pride as a friend took precedence. She decided to create a basic arm first, one that contained only the necessary components to function, which would serve as a template for crafting the best one later. She reminded Izuku that it needed to be hero-ready, as Nezu had deemed his education sufficient for university and believed he could handle it. Izuku nodded, still feeling a slight fear about leaving his parents, but he recalled a conversation he had when he turned 18. His father had told him that he was now old enough to enter university and pursue his dream of becoming a hero. Izuku had hesitated, unsure if he needed to make a decision right away, but his father reassured him that he could take his time. The question was which school he would choose. Izuku's father expressed how much he had enjoyed supporting him during his training and acknowledged that Izuku valued his input. Izuku agreed, recognizing that he wouldn't have come this far without his father's help. His father offered to continue training him throughout university, but there was a catch. He explained that he wouldn't have the opportunity to be actively involved in many universities. However, with Izuku's abilities, he could succeed in almost any school. Some might be challenging due to his personality, but as his father's son, all schools would be open to him. If Izuku wanted his father to play an active role in his training, the only option would be Nezu's university. Izuku was puzzled but expressed his willingness to attend, as Nezu had helped him significantly. Despite the school's reputation being tarnished, Izuku didn't care what others thought. He respected Nezu and wanted to join his university. Melissa's mind raced with ideas for Izuku's new arm. She considered alloying metals to strengthen it, reinforcing certain parts, and adding hero gadgets like a grappling hook for tough situations. She thought about a restraining system, and while zip ties were basic, Izuku could use his quirk for that. Ideas flowed as she imagined diamond-plated titanium knuckles for added impact, and even rocket repulsors or a blaster in his arm. Melissa began to ramble off her ideas, her excitement palpable. However, Inko managed to rein her in, reminding her that Izuku still needed to be able to walk and that an arm filled with too many random abilities might not be practical. Chapter name: The Entrance Exam for 𝐴NP. Chapter begins. Nezu greeted Miss Uraraka, the neatly dressed animal sitting comfortably in his chair behind a wooden desk. In front of him were two chairs, one occupied by an older woman with shoulder-length brown hair, framed by two long strands. She wore a soft white blouse and a light green skirt that reached her ankles. Next to her sat her daughter, Achiko Uraraka, an 18-year-old aspiring hero dressed in a simple black shirt and jeans, her hair mirroring her mother's but shorter. The mother spoke softly, expressing her kindness. Nezu acknowledged Achiko's interest in becoming a hero and her choice of 𝐴NP as her school. He inquired about their reasoning, noting that 𝐴NP did not yet have the best reputation or resources compared to other schools. Both looked slightly uncomfortable at this mention. Nezu reassured them that discussing it was not necessary, explaining that due to limited funds, 𝐴NP's entrance exam was not as extravagant as those involving fighting robots. Instead, he believed they had a more effective method. Nezu presented the scenario: a small clearing where a child lay crying just 2 meters ahead, with a villain charging toward them from 10 meters away. He asked for Achiko's course of action. Achiko considered her response carefully, stating that she would run toward the child to check on him, realizing he had a broken leg. Acknowledging the potential for other injuries, she decided it was unwise to move him and instead focused on confronting the villain to protect the child. Nezu smiled as he noted her answer, expressing his eagerness to see her at the start of the year. Achiko, filled with excitement, jumped in her seat, thrilled that her dream of becoming a hero was beginning. Nezu was surprised to see Rei and Fuyumi Todoroki enter the room. He had not expected a Todoroki to consider his school. Fuyumi greeted Nezu and expressed her hope that he had been well. Nezu inquired about her reasons for wanting her daughter to attend 𝐴NP, to which Fuyumi explained that it was the only school her husband had approved. Nezu acknowledged Fuyumi's qualifications, noting her grades and quirk, but posed the same question regarding their course of action in the scenario. Fuyumi took a moment to think before responding that she would create a wall of ice around the child, then advance while increasing the density of the ice, ready to freeze the villain while ensuring the child's safety. Nezu noted her response and expressed his anticipation for the start of the year. Next, Nezu welcomed Mina Ishido, who apologized for her parents' absence due to work commitments. Mina, with her pink skin and messy hair adorned with small yellow horns, wore black leggings, a hip skirt, and a funky CRP top with a leather jacket. Nezu acknowledged her grades, noting improvements in her later studies, and asked why there had been a delay. Mina sheepishly admitted that she had been focused on becoming a famous internet dancer, often skipping school until a villain encounter inspired her to pursue heroism. Nezu asked her the same scenario question, and Mina confidently stated that she would prioritize the child's safety by grabbing him and running, admitting she wasn't a strong fighter. Nezu wrote down her answer, pleased to see her enthusiasm for the upcoming year. Denki Kaminari entered next, greeting Nezu. He appeared to be a typical student, dressed in a white shirt featuring a lightning bolt and black jeans, with spiky yellow hair. Nezu noted Denki's worries about his grades, reassuring him that many students at 𝐴NP had similar concerns. He explained that while passing grades were important, exceptions could be made. Nezu then posed the scenario question, and after a moment of thought, Denki suggested he would jump the villain and use his powers, even if it meant risking himself, to ensure the child's safety. Nezu acknowledged his perspective and noted it down, expressing hope to see him on the first day. Denki, realizing he had been accepted, celebrated his success, relieved to finally have a chance to train as a hero. Finally, Kirishima entered the room, his spiky red hair and tank top showcasing his determination. He carried a large bottle in one arm and a bag over his shoulder, indicating he was headed to the gym. Kirishima expressed his longing to become the best hero and the strongest, emphasizing his commitment to hard work. That is a mentality I respect and is important to any competent hero, Nezu remarked with a small nod. He continued, expressing his longing to see more effort put into schoolwork and inquired about Kirishima's low grades. Kirishima lowered his head in shame, explaining that he struggled with learning. He excelled in physical tasks, stating that he could lift a truck or run 1,000 miles, but he found it difficult to remember all the information. Nezu reassured him, noting that many students faced similar challenges and that they would find the perfect learning method to improve his skills as a hero. Kirishima felt relieved and enthusiastic about this support. Nezu then posed another question, to which Kirishima responded that he would endure tough situations. Nezu suggested a rare scenario where someone could bypass his quirk, to which Kirishima affirmed that he needed to be tougher than just relying on his abilities. Nezu laughed, welcoming Kirishima into 𝐴𝐴𝐵. A young man entered the office, standing at a similar height to Nezu and dressed in a neat suit. His large purple hair was his most distinctive feature. Nezu greeted him, identifying him as Minoru Mayonetta. Nezu noted that while Mayonetta's grades were impressive and his quirk versatile, there were multiple reports of inappropriate behavior towards women. Mayonetta acknowledged his past mistakes, expressing that he had changed and was working to mend his ways, though he understood that his history would not be forgotten. Nezu decided to assess Mayonetta's suitability for 𝐴𝐴𝐵 with a question. Mayonetta quickly focused on the scenario presented, where a child was crying due to an injury. He assessed that the child had a broken shin but no visible BLD. Mayonetta explained that he would use his quirk to trap the villain's feet and then try to draw the villain's attention away from the child. Next, Nezu addressed a woman in leather attire who stood before him. She explained that she wanted to attend 𝐴𝐴𝐵 because one of her friends, Perona, had been invited. Nezu acknowledged her intelligence and capability, then asked how she would handle a dangerous situation. The woman, Kyoka, admitted that she wasn't much of a fighter, but she would try to get the child to safety. When Nezu posed a scenario where the villain demanded just her, Kyoka expressed her distrust of villains, emphasizing the need to protect the child first and rely on any support items she might have. Nezu welcomed her to 𝐴𝐴𝐵, pleased with her response. The next candidate was a young woman with ashen hair and a bored expression. Mitsuki Bakugo, dressed in a CRP top and shorts, expressed her disdain for her brother at UA and her determination to become the #1 hero, even while attending a less prestigious school. Nezu chuckled at her colorful language, which she apologized for, explaining it was a norm in her family. He then inquired how she would handle a villain threatening a child. Mitsuki confidently stated that she would confront the villain and protect the child. Nezu nodded, appreciating her determination, and welcomed her to 𝐴𝐴𝐵. The final candidate, Yui Kodai, entered the room quietly, holding a notebook. Nezu acknowledged her presence and reviewed her grades, noting that she was a reserved person who spoke only when necessary. Yui nodded in agreement. Nezu asked how she would handle a villain in a dangerous situation. Yui explained that she would use whatever she had at her disposal to incapacitate the villain and ensure the child's safety. When asked about a scenario with no items available, she creatively listed small objects she could use, showcasing her resourcefulness. Impressed, Nezu expressed his hope to see her on the first day at 𝐴𝐴𝐵, to which Yui responded with determination. As the day continued, Nezu playfully remarked to Hitoshi Shinso about the early hour, noting that he hoped it was not too early for him. Hitoshi yawned, explaining that his quirk was mentally draining and that he had been training with his family, which was exhausting. It looked unkempt and nearly obscured his eyes, reminding Nezu of a younger Aizawa, especially with his demeanor. Nezu inquired about Hitoshi's situation, to which Hitoshi nodded in response. School had not been pleased with his tendency to nap in class, particularly his math teacher. Nezu acknowledged that most complaints stemmed from that one teacher, which left a significant mark on Hitoshi's record. With a useful quirk and a sharp intellect like his, any school would be fortunate to have him. However, Nezu posed the same question again. Hitoshi rubbed his eyes and explained that he would taunt the villain. Nezu raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Hitoshi continued, stating that most villains shared a common trait, their egos. He would insult them, force them to kneel, and wait for backup to arrive. Nezu found it difficult to argue against him, as many of his own encounters with villains had involved a battle of wits rather than sheer strength, often ending with a stronger fighter stepping in to finish the job. Thus, Nezu welcomed him to NP University. Miss Pony entered the room, greeting Nezu cheerfully. Nezu acknowledged her and noted her American background. She confirmed her fluency in English and mentioned her proficiency in several other languages, including Mandarin, German, and Greek, while also learning Dutch and Italian. Nezu smiled, pleased that she felt more at ease. Pony, with her long blonde hair and animal-like legs ending in hooves, expressed her longing to learn under the man who trained All Might, as it had always been her dream. Nezu then posed a question to her, ensuring she understood. Pony confidently explained her strategy for dealing with a bully, using her quirk to send out horn rockets to protect the child and confront the aggressor. Nezu nodded, welcoming her to the school. A young woman named Ibra Shiosaki then entered, dressed in a simple green dress with floral decorations in her hair. Nezu inquired about the red marks on her record, noting the absence of any significant grades. Ibra shared her troubled past, having lost her parents in a car crash, which led her to find strength and guidance in her faith. She spoke of her belief in the power of quirks to solve the world's problems and her longing to use them for good. Nezu understood her journey and asked her a question to gauge her current perspective. Ibra responded that she would create a protective wall using her quirk to shield the innocent, emphasizing the importance of using their powers for good. Nezu nodded, accepting her beliefs, and expressed hope to see her on the first day at UA. Next, Reiko Yanagi entered, greeting Nezu. She wore a white shirt and normal breathes, her ghostly white hair framing her pale face. Nezu noted the time and acknowledged that his previous interview had taken longer than expected. Reiko expressed her longing to join NP, highlighting her high average grades and the versatility of her quirk. Nezu appreciated her straightforwardness and asked her a question. Reiko closed her eyes, mentally preparing her response. She explained that she would use her quirk to remove a child from danger and then utilize her surroundings to strike at the villain's joints, effectively stopping him. Nezu welcomed Reiko into NP, finding her approach very acceptable. Finally, Setsuna Tokaige entered the room, casually greeting Nezu. She wore a faded gray shirt and blue jeans, her demeanor relaxed. Nezu clarified that this was indeed the entrance exam, and Setsuna quickly apologized for her informal behavior. She expressed her understanding of the importance of heroism while also enjoying a playful side. Nezu laughed, appreciating her spirit, but noticed the inconsistency in her grades. Some were abysmally low, while others were perfect. When he asked for an explanation, Setsuna admitted that she often struggled with studying but sometimes received incentives from her parents. Nezu chuckled, understanding her situation, and posed one final question. Setsuna confidently declared that she would simply punch the villain and use her agility to get the child to safety, making it sound easy. As Nezu wrapped up the interviews, he noted that there was one candidate left. He wondered how much young Izuku had grown, hopeful for his potential at NP. Not only would that instantly put NP on the map when the son of All Might entered his school, but the results that boy would present would outshine anything even All Might could achieve. Nezu pondered the remarkable growth he had heard about regarding Izuku. However, putting those words into a visual would be intriguing. There was a knock at the door, and Nezu welcomed the visitor inside. He blinked twice, ensuring his eyes were not deceiving him. A mountain of a man stood before him, reminiscent of a young All Might, though leaner. Izuku greeted him, and Nezu expressed his surprise at the transformation. He decided to bring in 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, knowing she would be astonished. Izuku nodded, eager to see Grandma 𝐀𝐮. Moments later, she entered without knocking, her voice filled with irritation as she complained about being interrupted. However, her annoyance quickly turned to disbelief when she noticed the towering figure in the room and recognized the white hair. Izuku greeted her, and 𝐀𝐮's shock was palpable as she exclaimed about how much he had grown. It was almost painful for her to look up at him. He thanked her for her kind words. Nezu then addressed Izuku, expressing his willingness to welcome him but mentioning a question that needed to be answered. He noted that 𝐀𝐮 and Izuku's father had warned him about the importance of honesty. Nezu nodded, indicating that very few answers were overtly negative. As the question was posed, Izuku contemplated his response. He explained that he would move to the left about a foot or so. If the villain changed course, he would understand who the target was. If the villain maintained his path, it would indicate he was after the child. In either case, he would confront the villain and subdue him as quickly as possible before assisting the injured child. Nezu nodded in approval and welcomed Izuku to NP on his first day. Chapter name: Who will teach the next generation? Chapter begins. Izuku stepped out of his bedroom, fully dressed in his uniform. Inko rushed forward, her hands gently cupping his face, squeezing his cheeks slightly as she moved his head from side to side. Both 𝐀𝐮 and 𝗧𝗓𝗠ori chuckled at the sight. They asked if he was ready for the day, and Izuku nodded, admitting he felt a bit nervous about meeting so many new people but promised to do his best. 𝗧𝗓𝗠ori reassured him, saying he would be fine and that everyone would be kind and respectful, as Nezu would ensure it. When 𝗧𝗓𝗠ori offered to drive him to school, Izuku declined, preferring to take the subway to avoid the media frenzy that often surrounded 𝐻𝐼𝐻. The return of his father had sparked significant interest, leading to numerous stories and interviews about the possibility of 𝐻𝐼𝐻 having a son. Thankfully, most of the pictures taken of Izuku were from before his transformation. 𝐀𝐮 then suggested they head out together, mentioning she needed to pick something up before her shift. Izuku nodded, and she asked if he had everything he needed. Although he had already checked multiple times, he did so again, opening his inventory. The first page displayed his school supplies, including several books for subjects like math, Japanese, English, science, medical, and heroics, along with multiple notebooks and a large bag of pens, rulers, and calculators. The second page contained items for heroism, such as bandages for injuries, saline bags for emergencies, splints, battery packs for his arm and leg, a backup phone, and utilities for apprehending others, including duct tape, rope, and cuffs. The third page featured various items that Inko wished he had, including meals that would remain warm for extended PRDS, extra clothing, and essentials to help civilians in need. The final page was dedicated to his dorm room necessities, including posters, notes about his quirk, family pictures, electronics, and bed sheets, all lightweight enough for easy transport. With 𝐀𝐮, it took no time to reach the subway. They joked about how much faster it would be if she could give him a piggyback ride. Halfway there, 𝐀𝐮 got off, waving goodbye and saying she would see him later. Izuku waved back, slightly puzzled by her calling him hunk, but he didn't mind. For the rest of the trip, he sat quietly, observing the people coming and going. When his stop arrived, he noticed a girl in a similar outfit who appeared slightly older, with long periwinkle hair and a cheerful skip in her step. She seemed to be around his age, possibly a third-year student at NP. However, she quickly disappeared into the crowd, joining her friends as they headed to school. Izuku preferred to arrive early, wanting to avoid being the last one there and attracting unwanted attention. Upon reaching the NP gate, he noticed some heroes stationed nearby, likely watching for early arrivals. They were soon called away, allowing Izuku to sit on the floor and pull out a small wooden chair he planned to use in his room. Unbeknownst to him, Nezu was the one who had called the heroes away. Nezu thanked everyone for arriving early and explained that he had something important to discuss. He placed a piece of paper on the table, and the teachers quickly recognized the name on it. Nezu introduced 𝐒𝐮𝐿, the son of 𝐻𝐼𝐻. One of the teachers commented on Izuku's looks, but Nezu urged everyone to refrain from such behavior, emphasizing that he would not share personal details about Izuku's life without his permission. He explained that Izuku had faced many hardships and requested that they involve him minimally for now. A voice from under the table questioned why Izuku should be exempt from participation, but Nezu firmly stated that he would not allow anyone to put Izuku in uncomfortable situations, especially not with challenging questions. Recovery Girl added that if anyone tried to pressure Izuku, they would face consequences. 𝗏𝗏 then mentioned he had a story to share about Izuku, capturing everyone's attention. He revealed that Izuku was not their biological son and that they had found him at the age of 14, nearly lifeless. The scene shifted to a teenager who stumbled upon Izuku in a dumpster, intrigued by the overturned container. Covered in dirt and filth, his white hair appeared black and gray. One of the boys sneered at him, commenting on his appearance. Another joined in, mocking him and suggesting they give him a wash. They threw open the flaps of the dumpster, clapping their hands loudly, which hurt Izuku's ears. Two of them raised their palms, and a burst of water shot out, splashing into the dumpster and knocking Izuku against the bottom. Once the water stopped, he coughed and spluttered, struggling to breathe as he had never learned to swim and lacked the strength to escape. One of the boys remarked that he might get sick and suggested drying him off. Another slammed the door shut and pressed his palms against the dumpster, causing it to heat up. Izuku cried out in pain, helplessly trying to push the door open, but it was held shut. Outside, a man who had been napping expressed his discomfort at the scene unfolding. He felt sickened by the cruelty displayed by the boys, and the others around him shared his shock. All Might, observing the situation, explained that this was just one example of the endless cruelty that existed in the world, leaving everyone unable to comprehend what the boy had endured. After nearly an hour, it was time for the introduction meeting. Izuku entered first, taking a seat in the back corner and watching as students streamed in. He didn't recognize any of them, but he did remember some of the teachers as they took the stage. The principal, Nezu, welcomed everyone to NP Academy, noting that for the first time, there were 2 full classes in both the Hero course and General Studies, along with a support course. He emphasized their mission to create the best heroes possible over the next 3 years and encouraged students to report any actions they deemed cruel. The first teacher to introduce himself was Shota Aizawa, known as 𝐴. He would teach the theoretical portion of heroics and serve as the homeroom teacher for the Hero course. Aizawa appeared disheveled, dressed in black clothing that suggested he rarely slept. Next was Present Mike, who brought a lively energy to the room. He introduced himself as both a hero and a radio host, promising to teach English and Japanese while also being the homeroom teacher for the General Studies and Support course. His flamboyant style and playful demeanor elicited laughter from the students. Following him was Namuri Kayama, known as 𝗏𝗏𝗏𝗏. Her striking appearance caught everyone's attention as she introduced herself and explained she would teach art history and its significance in heroics. Her playful demeanor left some students momentarily speechless. Lady Nagant then stepped forward, presenting herself as the teacher for ranged combat. She maintained a calm demeanor, briefly introducing her subject before stepping aside. Finally, Mirko entered, her presence commanding attention with her fluffy white ears and tail. She introduced herself as the close combat teacher, her intense gaze leaving a lasting impression on the students. The atmosphere shifted as they prepared to embark on their journey at NP Academy. She wore a dark red 𝗏𝗏𝗏 with pale green shoulder highlights, a bright yellow rim, and a yellow accent around the neck. At the bottom of the 𝗏𝗏𝗏, there was a design resembling a dragon claw mark. Her headgear obscured almost half her face, featuring metal dragon claws and black dragon wings around a headband. Ryuko Tatsuma introduced herself as the math teacher, also inviting the students to call her by her hero name, Ryukyu. As she exited, the students noticed one more class remaining on their roster. Nezu began to speak about the practical part of hero training when a sudden silence fell over the room, interrupted only by his laughter. The students were taken aback, shocked that they would encounter high-ranked heroes. Out of nowhere, a powerful gust of wind swept through the room, and they saw him, standing proudly with his chest out and strong hands resting on his hips. His signature smile radiated confidence. He greeted the young hero students with a booming voice, and they felt his immense aura, struggling to comprehend that he was human. As everyone knew, he was the legendary hero All Might. He announced that he would be teaching them heroics but emphasized that he could not do it alone. For their benefit, he had contacted others to assist him. Two figures stepped forward beside him. Izuku recognized them instantly, his jaw dropping in awe. On All Might's left stood 𝐀𝐮, clad in her hero gear. She wore golden boots and blue leggings that showcased her powerful legs, paired with a golden corset that accentuated her figure. A high collar adorned with stars framed her face, complemented by bronze guards featuring red sections and golden handguards. A simple red eye mask completed her look, with her hair neatly styled. She introduced herself as Star and Stripe, expressing her pleasure in meeting them. On All Might's right stood Inko, a familiar figure to hardcore fans. She wore a light green bodysuit with large white gloves and boots, accented by a black stripe running from her arm to leg, and a white belt around her hips. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, with two strands framing her face. She introduced herself warmly, stating it was a pleasure to meet them. Together, they would share the responsibility of training the students, dedicated to guiding them to the best of their abilities. Chapter name: Who is in the class? Chapter begins after the school had been introduced to all the teachers. Aizawa stood in front of the hero course. He calmly instructed the students to follow him to their classroom, not waiting to see if they complied. All 20 students eagerly jumped up and followed, continuing the small talk they had started during the introduction. As Aizawa walked, he began to notice the unique personalities of the students emerging, which pleased him. Although Aizawa himself did not appear flashy, he remained true to himself as a hero, a quality he valued greatly. He had witnessed many heroes, both during his brief time as a hero and as a student. Some tried to emulate All Might, being loud and proud despite their typically reserved nature, while others attempted to embody endeavor, projecting a powerful presence that intimidated villains, even though they were usually cheerful and lighthearted. This often led to a conflict within themselves and could derail their careers. Aizawa appreciated that he could see each student maintaining their individuality. There was the spiky red-haired boy enthusiastically declaring his manliness, and the gothic girl carrying a large teddy bear. Each student remained true to themselves, even when many would strive to impress. Upon reaching the classroom, Aizawa instructed them to take their seats and be quiet while he spoke. The class quickly nodded and began to enter. The classroom had 4 seats per row, with a total of 5 rows. Most students struggled to find their seats, but Izuku confidently made his way to the back, choosing a corner seat with his left side facing the window and his right side toward the class. A taller student sat next to him and introduced himself as Yamato. Izuku replied with a simple introduction, feeling less intimidated by new people now that he was more capable of standing up for himself. Aizawa glanced at the class roster, which contained pictures and names of his students. He had received it a week ago but had not found the need to look at it until now. In the first row, Ochiko Uraraka sat in front, followed by Ejiro Kirishima, Kyoka Jiro, and Mina Ishido. In the second row, Yuta Figerland sat next to Ochiko, with Yui Kodai behind her, who greeted those nearby. Perona Mihawk sat behind Yui, immediately engaging in conversation with Kyoka, indicating they were old friends. Behind Perona and in front of Yamato was Ibara Shiosaki. In the third row, Aizawa noted Fuyumi Todoroki, recognizing her name from Endeavor. He found it curious that she was here and moved on. Behind Fuyumi sat Mitsuki Bakug, followed by Itsuka Kendo, who thoughtfully asked the woman behind her, Reiko Yanagi, if her ponytail was obstructing the board. The final student in that row was Minoru Mineta, the smallest in the class. In the last row, Sakura Haruno occupied the front seat, with Pony Tsunatori behind her. Denki Kaminari sat behind Pony, amusingly nibbling on a phone charger connected to his device. Finally, Hitoshi Shinso, who appeared to be dozing off, sat behind Denki. Aizawa noted the similarities between himself and Shinso, feeling a sense of connection. The last student in the class was Setsuna Tokichi. Aizawa decided to go through each student one by one, asking them to state their name, quirk, and a hobby. He introduced himself first, stating his name and quirk, which allowed him to temporarily nullify the abilities of others. He added that his hobby was sleeping, prompting the class to nod in understanding. He explained that they would go row by row, like a snake, starting with Uraraka and moving to Haruno, then back up to 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴. Achiko was the first to introduce herself. She shared her name and described her quirk, zero gravity, which allowed her to negate gravity with the pads on her fingers. She explained how the effect worked and mentioned her interest in space, feeling slightly embarrassed as she played with her auburn hair. Yuta introduced herself next, asking to be called Yuta. She explained her quirk, voice control, which enabled her to influence those who heard her sing, though it was not yet strong enough to fully control them. She shared her hobby of singing with a light laugh. Fuyumi followed, bowing respectfully as she introduced herself. She explained her quirk, ice, which allowed her to create and control ice from her body, and mentioned her love for cooking and watching soap operas. Sakura introduced herself, sharing her quirk, chakra, which provided her with internal energy for healing and combat, although she preferred not to fight. She expressed her interest in medical studies and volleyball with a bright smile. Pony was next, greeting everyone with enthusiasm. She described her quirk, horn rockets, which allowed her to detach the horns on her head at will. Chapter 1 Pony shared her unique ability, explaining how she could control things with her mind. She laughed, recalling her love for guns, which had started during her time in America. Mitsuki Bakugo introduced himself next, revealing that his quirk, Finger Blast, allowed him to shoot explosions from his fingers. Mina, the pink-skinned girl, chimed in, mentioning her own ability to create explosions, which prompted a groan from Mitsuki, who had heard that joke too many times. She then mentioned her hobby of clothing design, piquing Perona's interest. Yui Kodai introduced herself, stating that her quirk, Rule, allowed her to alter the size of objects. She quickly added that she enjoyed reading books, showcasing her preference for brevity. Kirishima then energetically declared his name and quirk, Hardened, which made him as tough as a rock. His enthusiasm was contagious, though it also led to some suppressed laughter from his classmates. The purple-haired girl behind Kirishima smiled as she introduced herself as Kyokujiro. She explained her quirk, earphone jack, which allowed her to listen to vibrations in her surroundings through the jacks in her earlobes. She also shared her passion for music. Perona introduced herself next, revealing her quirk, Hollow, which enabled her to create cute little ghosts that could bring about feelings of sadness when they touched someone. Despite the surprising nature of her quirk, she remained cheerful about her hobby of clothing design. Itsuka Kendo introduced herself, explaining that her quirk, Big Fist, allowed her to grow her hands in size, increasing her strength. She mentioned her hobbies of fixing motorcycles and practicing martial arts, hoping to connect with her classmates. Denki Kaminari then introduced himself, humorously noting that he was single and ready to mingle, which drew a comment from Aizawa about the inappropriateness of that remark in school. Denki explained his quirk, which involved generating electricity, but warned that overusing it made him a bit foolish. He also mentioned his love for gaming. Hitoshi Shinso introduced himself with minimal words, stating his quirk involved mind control and sleep before resting his head down. Reiko Yanagi followed, sharing her quirk, Poltergeist, which allowed her to control objects telekinetically. She expressed her enjoyment of horror stories in both movie and book forms. Ibara Shiosaki introduced herself next, explaining that her quirk, Vine, allowed her to use her hair for good and justice. She mentioned her hobbies of volunteering and reading the Bible, bowing respectfully as she spoke. Mina Ishido introduced herself, clarifying that her quirk, Acid, was not related to drags. She could create an acid slime that could sting or melt, and humorously noted that it turned her pink. She expressed her love for dancing as her favorite hobby. Izuku Yagi introduced himself, sharing that his quirk, the system, functioned like a game system, and he enjoyed learning about quirks and spending time with his family. He preferred to keep the focus on himself, which intrigued his classmates. Yamato Kazuki introduced herself, explaining her quirk, Gray Wolf, which allowed her to transform into a wolf hybrid. She shared her love for baseball and old stories, prompting a light-hearted comment from Setsuna about her height. Minoru Mineta introduced himself next, revealing his quirk, Sticky Ball, which allowed him to detach his hair and use it to stick to surfaces, though it came with some discomfort. He candidly shared his hobbies of chess and his admiration for girls. Finally, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 introduced herself, explaining her quirk, lizard tail, which allowed her to split her body like a lizard's tail and control her body parts. She showcased her ability by floating her head around, proudly declaring her love for dinosaurs. With everyone introduced, Aizawa prepared to explain the school rules and show them to their dorm rooms, signaling the beginning of their journey together. Chapter name: Settling in. Chapter begins. Present. Mike shared an exciting story with the class, showcasing one of his greatest hits. The students listened with a mix of confusion and amazement. Fuyumi raised her hand, curious about the lessons ahead. After Aizawa detailed his teaching methods and overall plan, other teachers joined them, including All Might, Star and Stripe, and Telegreen. Present. Mike enthusiastically explained that their lessons would be engaging and focused on a chapter every 2 weeks, culminating in a non-graded exam that could take the form of a fun game or a multiple-choice test. He assured the students that they would be informed about the exams a month in advance and emphasized that he would not mislead them. Fuyumi nodded, jotting down notes, while the rest of the class buzzed with excitement. Izuku maintained a simple smile, which did not go unnoticed by his classmates, who were too focused on the door. Suddenly, the class erupted in startled screams as All Might and Star made a dramatic entrance through the window. Inko, standing at the door, used her quirk to swiftly open the windows. All Might laughed heartily, striking a heroic pose, while Mina cheered with delight, thrilled to meet the legendary hero. Star greeted the students warmly, expressing their commitment to support their hero training. Inko took her seat, embodying the nurturing teacher role, while Kathleen and Toshinori showcased their impressive abilities. Inko explained that the upcoming exams would be physical, covering various hero categories: offense, defense, recon, rescue, and support. She asked if everyone understood, and some students admitted they needed clarification. Achiko inquired about the specifics of each category. Inko explained that offense heroes focus on combat, exemplified by powerful figures like Endeavor and Mirko. Defensive heroes protect others, absorbing damage to keep civilians safe, with Kirishima excitedly mentioning 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 as a prime example. Recon heroes scout and gather intelligence, paving the way for others, like 𝐬𝐿 and Aizawa. Rescue heroes prioritize saving civilians, ensuring that offensive heroes can fight without distraction, represented by heroes like 13 and Best Jeanist. Lastly, support heroes assist their peers, providing enhancements or aid, including Inko and occasionally Star. Inko concluded the overview, noting that the upcoming tests would revolve around these hero types, possibly involving scenarios like confronting a villain or rescuing someone in danger. The students nodded enthusiastically, eager to embark on their hero journeys. All Might's booming laughter filled the room as he and Star made their exit through the window, leaving Inko to depart normally. Aizawa entered shortly after, confirming that the students had behaved well and directing them toward the dormitory. He explained that their belongings had been brought over and were waiting in the common area. The group hurried to follow him, excitedly making their way to what appeared to be an apartment building. Setsuna expressed confusion, prompting Aizawa to explain that Nezu had acquired the land through a game and constructed the building with friends. Upon entering, they found a spacious lobby with an elevator and seating. Aizawa pointed out the shared kitchen stocked with vegetables and meat, reassuring Ibra that tofu would also be available for those who preferred it. He acknowledged his uncertainty about how Nezu managed the facility, humorously referring to it as Nezu's playground. He continued the tour, revealing a common room equipped with a TV, couches, and gaming consoles. The students learned that their rooms were essentially apartments, complete with a shower, living area, kitchen, and bedroom. Behave yourself. There are no rules against those things. Don't make us come up with them. Aizawa was simply too tired for that. They were adults, and if they wanted to sleep together, let them. Their only responsibility was not to cause problems for him. He was their teacher, not their dad. Now goodbye, see you tomorrow. Aizawa walked out, leaving the students with a large number of boxes. Okay, let's sort them right. Most already knew how their boxes looked, but the only one who didn't was Izuku. Kirishima asked Izuku if he needed help finding his stuff, having already offered assistance to everyone else. Izuku shook his head and looked to the side. Suddenly, a box dropped out of thin air. Mina screamed, having just walked up and not expecting the surprise. Izuku explained calmly that he stored them in his quirk before placing the box back. He decided to take a room at the top, and everyone gave him a thumbs up as he left. The students began to talk among themselves. "He is kind of weird," Mina remarked, not trying to be mean. "I know what you mean," Kirishima replied. "He isn't much of a talker, but I don't get any strange vibes from him." "Guys, it's our first day here," Kyoka chimed in. "He's probably just shy." "I know I was, but Pear here helped me feel a bit better." "He might not have anyone like that." "True," Mina agreed. "He is good-looking anyway, so all is good." She and Setsuna laughed together, finding a perfect friendship as they chose adjacent rooms to stay close. In the end, they all got their rooms. Most were close to the bottom, while Izuku found himself on the outskirts. He settled into his room, which he had already filled with posters, pictures, and a shelf of notes and books. After changing his sheets, he started cleaning, filling a bucket with warm water and a sponge to tidy everything up. Suddenly, he heard a knock at his balcony. 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 stood there, having flown up and wanting in. She smiled, surprised to see him as a teacher. "Oh, we know," she said, smirking. "Nezu offered to hire all of us so we could keep an eye on you. I thought your reaction would be funny." Izuku wrapped his arms around her, feeling grateful for her presence. He loved spending time with her and his friends. "Ah, don't get all soppy on me now," 𝐀𝐮𝐴 teased, wrapping her arms around him as well. Izuku blinked, feeling a strange emotion he didn't quite understand but chose to ignore as they released their hug. "Come on, let's play some 𝐒𝐮𝐬𝐴. I want to beat you before I have to leave for patrol," 𝐀𝐮𝐴 said, and Izuku nodded, linking up the game system. They always chose the same weapons when they fought each other. Izuku preferred the AK for its damage and speed, while 𝐀𝐮𝐴 opted for a DMR with a 10x zoom. As usual, 𝐀𝐮𝐴 struggled in the game. She had no skill with the controller, switching between extreme sensitivities. "Easy. I totally owned you," 𝐀𝐮𝐴 exclaimed, looking at the scoreboard. The numbers showed a stark contrast, 19-0-1 against 1-0. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 had died 19 times, but she celebrated her one kill, which happened when she jumped from a high place and fired randomly into the air, hitting Izuku by chance. Her phone buzzed, interrupting her. "Oh, sorry, the 𝐻𝐻 clan is calling me." "Give me a moment," she joked, just as a knock was heard at the door. "Yo, buddy." We heard screaming and it sounded like a girl. "You good?" Denki yelled from the room below. A friend dropped by, Izuku explained, as the group below went slightly crazy. Their usually quiet classmate had somehow attracted a female friend who was screaming with joy. "Oh, sorry, big dog. I had no idea." "You do you," Denki said, assuming he had interrupted something private. Izuku was puzzled by the comment but shrugged it off as 𝐀𝐮𝐴 walked back in. "Well, hunk, it seems I don't have time to school you a second time. I have to take the final shift for a hero whose wife went into LBR. So, catch you later," she said, heading to the balcony. She gave him a small smile, winked, and blew him a kiss before flying off. Chapter name, Feelings Emerging. Chapter begins. Izuku rolled over in his bed, opening his eyes to look around his dark room. Just waking up, his brain had not yet fully started. He wondered where the sound had come from. Pressing on the small exclamation mark that had popped up, a window appeared. The first heroic milestone was reached. Entering the hero course. Reward, 25,000 gold, 2,500 system points, 2,500 experience. Hero questline started. Social questline started. That was new for Izuku. He now had questlines. Opening the quest tab, he saw 3 categories: daily, hero, and social. Curious, he clicked on the hero tab to see what would show up next. It seemed this one would be revealed in 2 weeks. He recalled something important was 2 weeks away, but it was still too early to think about that. Then he looked at the social tab. Uraraka quest Ishido quest Kaminari quest Kirishima quest Mineta quest Jiro quest Kendo quest Kodai quest Shiosaki quest 𝐶𝐮𝐱 quest 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 quest Yanagi quest 𝗀𝐿 quest Bakugo quest Todoroki quest Kazuki quest Haruno quest Mihawk quest Figerland quest. It appeared he would need to befriend them. Clicking on one of the names, he saw that the first quest was to get on friendly terms with them. This was something he was willing to do, he just needed time to get used to them first. He clicked on his daily tasks again to ensure they remained the same, but they had changed. 0 out of 100 squats, 0 out of 100 sit-ups, 0 out of 100 push-ups, 0/10 miles run, 0/120 plank held, 0/5 friendly conversations held. It seemed his quirk did not care about his preferences, and he felt slightly annoyed that it was pushing him to reach out to these people. Shaking his head, he laid back down, deciding to get the rest of his sleep. Everything else could wait until tomorrow morning. He would also start allocating his points into certain stats. Training was essential. He could not afford to play around and needed to use everything he had to the best of his abilities. Anything less would feel like an insult to his family. Izuku woke up at his usual time, 5 in the morning. He sat up instantly, moving his metallic limbs to ensure they were still functioning. After unplugging both, he stood up and walked toward his shower, emptying the tank and brushing his teeth. Moving back to his room, he opened the wooden closet they all had, grabbing some briefs and a long t-shirt. It was rather cold this early, but as he got dressed, he made his way down. He started the day with his 10-mile jog, focusing on his pace and ignoring his surroundings. After running 5 miles forward, he turned around, reaching the dorms right at the 10-mile mark. He maintained a pace that allowed him to talk, noticing he wasn't the only one active this early. As he ran through the streets, he spotted some heroes still patrolling. He found it slightly confusing that heroes would need to patrol so close to a hero school. Most villains should have enough sense to avoid such a place. But then again, it had been a while since he had been in Japan. His run calmed his mind by the time he reached the dorm. Yet he thought it was still too early for anyone to be awake. As he entered, he saw 2 people getting ready for a run themselves, 𝗀𝐿 and Yanagi, both of whom he had quests with. Unsure how to start a conversation, he greeted them. After a brief and slightly awkward silence, he turned around and went back to his room. He resolved to find someone like Melissa or Yaoyorozu, those who could initiate conversation. Perhaps that Todoroki girl would be a smart choice. In the middle of his new living room, Izuku fell to the ground, catching himself before landing hard. This was where he began completing his push-ups. Due to his still growing strength and body, he easily completed all 100 push-ups. For as long as Izuku had been part of the family, both Inko and Toshinori had taken great care to note all of his progress, both mental and physical. One thing they noted was that Izuku did not seem to have limits. As Toshinori grew up and went to the gym, his progress slowed down over time. He wouldn't achieve new personal records every week, eventually hitting a plateau. However, Izuku appeared to be different. Each time they tried to push his boundaries, his body simply accepted it. He assumed he had a limit, but with his stats, he allowed for significant progress. From his push-up position, he fell back onto his forearms, laying closer to the floor as he mentally counted. He counted all the way up to 120 to complete that daily task as well. Dropping onto the floor, slightly tired, he knew he needed to finish the rest. It was better to complete what needed to be done early than to worry about it later. Rolling over to lay on his back, he placed his legs at a 45-degree angle, arms crossed over his chest, and began his sit-ups. He easily completed the 100 for his quest. Lastly, he needed to finish his squats. Standing up, Izuku dipped low, going as low as he could while maintaining a straight back, before pushing himself up from his legs. He did this a total of 100 times before completing all but one of his quests. Now he could clean himself up. Walking toward his kitchen, Izuku pulled out some appliances he held in his inventory to save space. He placed down an air fryer and a rice cooker. Going into his inventory again, he remembered that while food lasted long inside a fridge or freezer, it was good forever in his inventory, something he wished he had known when he was still out on the street. Grabbing a cup of rice, neatly placed in a bag thanks to Inko, he filled it with the correct amount of water. He added some sausages to the air fryer, along with broccoli, before turning it on. This gave Izuku enough time to take a shower. He set the air fryer for 10 minutes, but just as he stepped out of the shower, still wet, he heard the beep. Walking out of the bathroom, he was surprised to see 𝐀𝐮𝐬 had let herself in and was turning the air fryer on again for him. He had no idea how to react as he stood there, water dripping off him. 𝐀𝐮𝐬's cheeks turned red as she took in the sight. While she had seen Izuku without a shirt and in his underwear before, this was the first time she had seen him completely exposed. She was accustomed to the many scars that adorned his body, which she thought only added to his appeal. But now, seeing him like this, he looked undeniably attractive. Feeling flustered, 𝐀𝐮𝐬 quickly apologized and turned away. Izuku, slightly confused by her sudden embarrassment, stated that he would get dressed and walked back to his room. Left alone in the kitchen, 𝐀𝐮𝐬 tried to shake off her embarrassment. As she glanced at the air fryer basket, she noticed the sausages and muttered to herself in surprise, realizing her thoughts had taken an unexpected turn. She hastily decided to leave, apologizing quietly for the awkward situation. Normally, she wouldn't mind being loud, but this felt different. Having a girl leave Izuku's room so early would make him the envy of the other boys, but now it felt like a stealth mission. 𝐀𝐿𝐮 dashed out of the room, seeking a place to calm her racing thoughts. She had intended to tease Izuku as a joke, but it seemed things had gotten serious. Had she really developed feelings for him without realizing it? She slapped herself lightly in the face, trying to convince herself that she wasn't like Melissa or Momo, that she wasn't falling too hard or too easily. Just then she squealed as she heard Inko behind her, who inquired about who she was falling for. 𝐀𝐿𝐮 stammered, trying to cover up her feelings by claiming she had simply fallen while roller skating. Inko, however, could see right through her facade and teased her about being in love. 𝐀𝐿𝐮 denied it vehemently, insisting she was just being silly. Inko, however, was already aware of 𝐀𝐿𝐮's feelings for Izuku, especially after she had mentioned Melissa. Meanwhile, Melissa stood in front of a small puddle, expressing her concern about getting her heels wet. She and Izuku were on their way to meet 𝐀𝐿𝐮 and Inko for a movie, but Melissa had an ulterior motive. She wanted to buy new tools for Izuku's leg. Without thinking, Izuku lifted her up, his metal leg supporting her as she wrapped her arms around his neck in surprise. Looking into his soft yet strong eyes, Melissa felt a flutter in her stomach, her mind drifting into thoughts of romance. Izuku, noticing her distraction, gently reminded her that the floor was no longer wet, snapping her back to reality. She jumped down, letting out a surprised squeal that was more of a sound than actual words. Inko, observing the interaction, enjoyed the playful teasing. She decided to have a little fun with 𝐀𝐿𝐮, asking her about the boy she liked. 𝐀𝐿𝐮, trying to deflect, claimed he was from 𝐴NP, a half-truth that Inko saw right through. Inko playfully suggested that it might be Aizawa, and 𝐀𝐿𝐮 felt a wave of panic at the thought. She had no interest in Aizawa, he was too laid-back for her taste. Her thoughts drifted back to Izuku, and she smacked herself again, trying to shake him from her mind. As Inko prepared to leave for class, she mentioned Toshi, who had been listening nearby. Their conversation took a surprising turn when Inko revealed that Aizawa was gay, leaving Toshi in disbelief. Inko enjoyed the moment, knowing exactly who 𝐀𝐿𝐮 had feelings for, and relished in the playful drama unfolding around them. Chapter name: Heroics are starting. Chapter begins. Izuku sat in the common room, patiently waiting for someone who could engage him in conversation. His previous discussions with Hitoshi and Reiko hadn't helped him much in his quest for social interaction. Fortunately, 𝐀𝐿𝐮 had spoken with him once out of 5 attempts. Just then, Fuyumi entered the room, quickly noticing Izuku and approaching him. She greeted him, and he returned the greeting. After a moment of hesitation, Izuku cleared his throat and asked if he could inquire about something. Fuyumi nodded, encouraging him to continue. Curious, Izuku asked why she didn't use her father's last name. Fuyumi explained that he hadn't allowed her to use it. Izuku understood and then asked if she was concerned about how others might treat her once they learned about her family. She shook her head, stating that people could think what they wanted about her. Not wanting to sound rude, Fuyumi wondered why they were having such a long conversation since they hadn't spoken much before. Izuku explained that it was due to his quirk. More students entered the room and overheard their discussion. Kyoka approached, expressing her interest in Izuku's quirk, which she remembered was a game system. Izuku confirmed that his quirk had many possibilities, including quests. The students were amazed when he mentioned that he received daily quests, which included physical exercises like push-ups and squats. Today, he needed to have 5 conversations. The class was in awe, impressed by the uniqueness of his quirk. Kirishima excitedly asked if he had any skills, to which Izuku replied that he already had those. As he checked his progress, he realized he had completed 4 out of the 5 required conversations. Kirishima enthusiastically offered to help Izuku with anything he needed, which surprised him. Although he had support from others like 𝐀𝐮 and Inko, it was refreshing to receive help from someone his age. Grateful, Izuku thanked Kirishima, who gave him a thumbs up before heading to the kitchen. As more students entered the common room, most headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Kaminari approached Izuku, apologizing for interrupting his time with Fuyumi the previous night. He mentioned that he had knocked while Izuku was with her, causing some noise. Izuku brushed it off, saying it didn't matter since they were finished. Kaminari asked how long they had been together, and Izuku casually mentioned it was about an hour, clarifying that 𝐀𝐮 was just slow in video games. To Kaminari, this made Izuku seem more impressive. The morning passed quietly as Izuku completed his daily quest, finishing all 5 conversations. Soon it was time for class and he quickly took his seat. When his homeroom teacher, Aizawa, entered, Izuku received an additional pop-up notification. His social tab had expanded, now including a student tab, a hero tab, and others. Clicking on the student tab revealed his classmates, while the hero tab displayed new entries. Izuku smiled at the new additions but was curious about the hero tab, which he would explore later as Aizawa began his lesson. Aizawa greeted the class and explained that today's homeroom would serve as an example of how things would operate. He instructed everyone to grab a textbook and emphasized that the main goal was to complete their subjects. He illustrated this by explaining that students could swap seats if they were working on different subjects. Aizawa didn't care much about seating arrangements, believing that alternating seats could enhance learning. He then moved on to math, reminding them that they were required to show their work, though he personally found it unnecessary. He provided some tips, emphasizing that working hard in class would lead to more effective free time. Achiko raised her hand to ask if she could consult Miss Kiyama during class if she had a free PRD, to which Aizawa agreed, stating that if the teacher was available, she could go ahead. Kirishima expressed his excitement for their first heroics lesson, eagerly anticipating the upcoming training. Inko entered the room, taking a seat in the middle. They had yet to see All Might or Star and Stripe. Yuta began to ask if they were late, but before she could finish, a loud boom interrupted them. The ground shook as 𝐀𝐮 and Toshinori landed nearby, drawing the attention of the students. Toshinori playfully called out to 𝐀𝐮, and Inko, with a smile, remarked that they had been playing tag. Toshinori quickly corrected her, stating they had been perfecting their aerial and ground evasion training. The students chuckled at the exchange as Inko stood up and asked 𝐀𝐮 to move a chair. With the chair out of the way, Inko addressed the class, explaining the importance of defensive and offensive heroes. She emphasized that every hero must be prepared to fight and protect, leading into their lesson for the day. 𝐀𝐮 jumped back down, bringing 2 training dummies with her. Inko smiled as she announced that the students would be fighting in teams of 2. She used her quirk to levitate one of the dummies, bringing it closer before gently placing the seated dummy on the floor. She introduced it as Bob or Bonnie, whichever the students preferred. One team would take Bob and enter a building, tasked with protecting him from the villains who planned to capture him. Meanwhile, the second team would need to enter the building to rescue Bob from the villains. Kaminari expressed his confusion, unsure of the roles. She clarified that both teams would play the roles of heroes and villains, emphasizing that heroes must always be prepared to fight and protect. Team A would move with Bob into the building, where their job would be to safeguard him from any attacks. Team B would approach from outside, tasked with rescuing Bob from the villains. Realizing the dynamics, Kaminari noted that Team A would act as the villains for Team B, and vice versa. Inko praised Miss Haruno for her understanding, causing the girl to blush at the compliment from such a respected hero. Inko then announced that teams would be formed randomly and asked if anyone knew why. Most of the class was attentive, but Miss Mihawk admitted she hadn't been paying attention. Inko reminded them that paying attention was essential for their journey as heroes, to which All Might added with a hearty laugh. Another student, Miss Himura, correctly pointed out that randomness reflects real-life situations where heroes cannot always wait for their ideal partners. With that, teams were formed. Kathleen grabbed a bag and instructed everyone to pick a note as she walked among the group. Izuku was one of the first to step forward, drawing a card and soon discovering that he shared the same card with Achiko Uraraka. Both expressed hope for a successful partnership, with Achiko's bright smile lighting up her face. As the teams were finalized, Mina Ashido teamed up with Denki Kaminari, Kirishima paired with Mineta, Jiro joined forces with Itsuka Kendo, and Yui Kodai partnered with Ibara Shiosaki. Pony teamed up with Setsuna, while Reiko was fortunate to pair with Hitoshi. Fuyumi was teamed with Mitsuki, who seemed indifferent, and Yamato found himself partnered with Sakura, who appeared apologetic. Lastly, Perona was teamed with Yuta. Inko explained that Star would choose who they would be fighting. While the tests were underway, the rest of the class would observe from a different building. Inko acknowledged that not everyone would be familiar with fighting, and this exercise was merely a stepping stone for them. The matches were announced, with Team Yui and Ibra set to face Team Pony and Setsuna. Team Mina and Denki were to fight Team Yamato and Sakura. Denki expressed his surprise at having to face one of the strongest students in class, alongside Izuku, who was also a formidable opponent. Next, Team Izuku and Achiko would face Team Perona and Yuta. Perona, trying to sound friendly despite her nerves, wished them luck. She had never been a strong fighter, and her quirk often left others feeling uneasy. However, Izuku remained calm, showing no signs of excitement or worry, which only increased Yuta and Perona's anxiety. Star then selected the final teams, pairing Kirishima and Mineta against Mitsuki and Fuyumi, while Kyoka and Itsuka would face Reiko and Hitoshi. With the teams established, Inko informed Team Kodai, Ashido, Yagi, Kirishima, and Jiro that they would be the attacking heroes. Team Pony, Kazuki, Mihawk, Bakugo, and Yanagi were to proceed with Bob or Bonnie. Inko instructed Team Tokage to go ahead first while Team Kodai waited outside for the signal. The rest followed her inside, ready to witness their first test. Chapter name. The first team training chapter begins. Setsuna expressed her confidence with a thumbs up, fully believing in herself and her teammate. Pony, trying her best to communicate in Japanese, felt relieved when Setsuna assured her that English was fine. They decided to focus on their strategy for the upcoming challenge. With determination, they began gathering materials from room to room, collecting barrels, crates, and sheets to block the stairwell. After 5 minutes of hard work, they felt a sense of accomplishment. Pony suggested they prepare for a fight, and Setsuna agreed, acknowledging the need for caution. Meanwhile, Yui and Ibra were ready to move. Yui, with a peaceful resolve, expressed her longing to avoid violence, believing she was on a mission to promote harmony rather than conflict. Ibra, a pacifist at heart, preferred to detain rather than engage in fights, while Yui was typically quiet and reserved. However, they all understood that they had to confront their opponents this time. As Yui and Ibara cleared the first floor, they remained vigilant against any surprise attacks. They soon encountered the stairs, and Yui suggested they might be stuck. However, she quickly dismissed the idea of surrendering. With determination, she removed the metal piece from her P uniform and placed it strategically on the stairs. After stepping back, she activated her quirk, causing the zipper to glow and expand. The resulting force cleared a path through the unstable pile of rubble. Ibra used her vines to help drag the debris out of the way, while Yui shrank some of the rubble to pocket-sized weapons. Once ready, they ascended the stairs, only to confront their adversaries. Ibra implored them to surrender peacefully, hoping to avoid conflict. However, Setsuna was resolute in her decision to fight. She recalled a move she had seen in a video game and prepared to unleash it. With a swift motion, Setsuna threw her fist forward, channeling her quirk to propel her hand like a fastball. Yui reacted quickly, ducking down and using a wooden crate to block the incoming attack. The impact shattered the crate and caused Setsuna to cry out in pain as she clutched her injured hand. Pony, eager to assist, launched her horns at 𝐼𝐵RA, who instinctively summoned her vines for protection. The horns became entangled, leaving Pony unable to retrieve them. Seizing the opportunity, Yui grabbed a slab of concrete from her pocket and tossed it at Setsuna, who was still reeling from her injury. The slab transformed into a wall, pinning Setsuna down. As Setsuna struggled to lift the weight, she called for Pony's help. In response, Pony aimed her remaining horns at Yui, striking her and causing her to stumble. But Yui remained focused, using the distraction to her advantage as the tension of the fight escalated. She now had a better look at it. 𝐼𝐵RA was gone. Pony only managed to express her concern before Inko's voice rang out. Both teams performed admirably, but 𝐼𝐵RA Shiosaki successfully captured and secured the civilian. The mission was deemed a success. Back in the observation area, the class stood by, having witnessed both teams give their all. Inko remarked that it had been a good first fight and that they would wait for all 4 participants to return before discussing the event. They did not have to wait long. Setsuna, however, went straight to Recovery Girl, her knuckles injured. This gave the group time to reflect on what had just transpired. Inko asked if anyone could identify what Team Kodai did right and where they fell short. Fuyumi immediately raised her hand, stating that their teamwork was commendable. Both teams utilized their abilities effectively, and when the time came, they split up to secure the civilians. Inko nodded in agreement, acknowledging Miss Kodai's skill in finding a way up and enhancing herself with weapons. However, she inquired about their mistakes. Shiosaki attempted to speak instead of engage in combat, prompting Inko to shake her head. While communication can be beneficial, it was crucial to remember that leaving a partner behind was dangerous. 𝐼𝐵RA hung her head in shame, realizing she had let down a friend, a serious offense in her eyes that required atonement. Inko then shifted her focus to the opposing team. Kaminari, unsure of their performance, suggested they struggled in combat. Izuku interjected, explaining that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had launched a reckless attack that could have harmed her, and both seemed to rely on the blockade to win the fight while remaining stationary. Inko smiled proudly, emphasizing that while some attacks could be damaging regardless, showcasing a powerful move right from the start was risky unless one was confident it would succeed. This strategy had put them at a disadvantage. She advised that while the blockade was clever, it was essential to have a backup plan, preparing for things to go wrong while hoping for success. With that, Inko announced the next match: Mina Ishido and Denki Kaminari versus Yamato Kazuki and Sakura Haruno. Kaminari expressed his concerns, rubbing his head, while Mina nodded in agreement, voicing her fear of fighting. Kaminari acknowledged that he could only attempt to shock one of them, which felt like a gamble. Meanwhile, Yamato and Sakura waited in their building. Yamato asked Sakura why she had apologized earlier, to which Sakura admitted her inability to fight, feeling a heavy sense of shame from a past incident. Yamato reassured her, stating that she would handle the fighting while Sakura provided support. She rolled up her PE outfit to reveal her bicep, proudly declaring her strength. Sakura nodded, agreeing to back her up. As the match began, the 5 minutes felt fleeting due to their nerves. Mina and Kaminari approached, caught off guard by Yamato's presence. Yamato greeted them with enthusiasm, demonstrating a bit of her fighting style. Kaminari, realizing he could win by shocking Yamato, felt a surge of confidence. Yamato, surprised, quickly reacted, sprinting away with her longer legs, leaving Sakura to follow. Kaminari, filled with excitement, celebrated their unexpected advantage, believing they had already won. He and Mina strode confidently through the building, taunting Yamato. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, they discovered Bob tied to a post. Kaminari boasted about their perceived victory, while Mina remained vigilant. Suddenly, from Kaminari's side, he turned to see Yamato standing ready for action, her stance firm as she prepared to throw an empty barrel. With a swift motion, she launched the barrel, catching Kaminari off guard. The impact knocked him back, leaving him momentarily stunned. Yamato, proud of her strategy, advanced confidently, believing it was now a simple one-on-two situation. As she approached, Denki, despite his pain, managed to grab Yamato's ankle, channeling his remaining strength into a final effort. This left Mina alone to face Sakura, who was determined to defend herself. Both girls were resolute, Sakura, trained to withstand any challenge, and Mina, deciding to rely on her instincts. With a fierce cry, Mina charged forward, hands raised, while Sakura stepped forward, poised and ready to respond. Raising her arms in front of herself and taking a deep breath, Sakura held her gaze on Mina. As the pink-skinned girl approached, she brought her fist down with all her might. However, this was child's play for someone as skilled as Sakura. With minimal effort, Sakura stepped back, allowing Mina's strike to miss before stepping in and pushing Mina back. Mina quickly retaliated, swinging her hand sideways, but Sakura blocked the hit with her forearm, sliding down to grab Mina's wrist. As she turned, she placed her back against Mina's front, with Mina's armpit resting on Sakura's shoulder. With a swift pull on the wrist and a dip of her hips, Sakura executed a perfect shoulder toss, sending Mina down to the floor. Instead of backing off, Sakura followed up by grabbing Mina's neck and wrist again, bending her arm behind her back to force her to surrender. Mina called out in a voice reminiscent of Inko's, surrendering with a plea for mercy. Inko announced the outcome, declaring Team Haruno as the victors. As both teams returned, Denki had regained most of his composure, and while Yamato still had a slight twitch, they were able to join in on the discussion. Setsuna returned from her fight and noted the conclusion. Inko began the debriefing, highlighting the strengths and weaknesses of the attacking team. Many hands shot up in agreement as Inko pointed out their lack of strategy and overconfidence. She acknowledged that while some fights are unwinnable, charging in without a plan is never advisable. Kaminari nodded in agreement, recognizing the cleverness of the matchups. Inko then turned her attention to Team Kazuki, asking them to reflect on their performance. Achiko suggested that their retreat had been a smart move, which Inko confirmed, praising their ability to reassess the situation. Yuta added that they should have attacked together, and Inko agreed, commending the insight. As the anticipation grew for the next fight, Inko, Toshi, and Kathleen were excited to see how Izuku would perform. Nezu tuned into the cameras, eager to watch the unfolding events. Both Izuku and Achiko stood outside the building, waiting for their turn. Izuku asked Achiko if she had a plan, but she shook her head. With a determined look, Izuku decided he would take the lead and instructed her to stay back and focus on the objective. Izuku recalled the quirks of his opponents, Perona Mihawk and Yuta Figerland, and felt confident in his strategy. Perona expressed her concern about facing Izuku, knowing she had to hold back. When the signal was given, Izuku stood still, causing confusion among the spectators. With a deep breath, Izuku suddenly slammed his palms against his head, creating a shocking moment as he ruptured his eardrums. BLD trickled from his ears, but he remained unfazed. Perona seized the opportunity to attack, launching her ghosts at him. However, instead of succumbing to despair, Izuku reached out and grabbed Perona by the neck, startling her. In a swift motion, he struck her chin with a powerful punch, knocking her out cold. The class gasped in disbelief at the unexpected turn of events. Izuku then leaned Perona against the wall, ready to face Yuta next. The students were left in shock, witnessing Izuku's unexpected strength and determination. Achiko rushed to check on Perona, relieved to find she had no serious injuries. With Yuta's quirk making him easy to locate, Izuku prepared for the next phase of the battle, his resolve stronger than ever. So he had seen Perona's footsteps and was simply following the arrows that indicated a message. Setsuna wondered if Yagi had some sort of advantage, noting how Izuku was heading straight for Yuta. Kyoka, confused, speculated that his game system might allow for cheats. Inko smiled at the thought, but they continued to watch what seemed to be a masterclass in heroic efficiency. Yuta sang loudly, nearly screaming as she saw Izuku walk through the door. She expected him to stop, as most did, creating a dramatic pause. Yet, without hesitation, Izuku walked toward Yuta, whose singing turned into a frantic plea for him to back off. In a moment of panic, she swung her fist. Izuku sidestepped, moving to her left. He pulled back his fist and threw it, the sound of his metal hand ringing out as Yuta fell forward. Fortunately, Izuku caught her by the collar, gently lowering her to the floor before stepping over her unconscious form and grabbing Bob. Inko noted the outcome of their fights, stating that both Mihawk and 𝗏𝗏𝗏 had lost continuously, and Team Yagi emerged victorious. She then asked if they could move towards Star. Izuku rolled Yuta onto her back, lifting her onto his shoulders in a fireman carry to take her outside. Both Ichiko and Perona waited for them, and Izuku handed Yuta over to Kathleen, who rushed off to ensure they were both all right. Meanwhile, Izuku and Ichiko made their way back to the viewing room. Kaminari, winking at Yamato, commented on the lack of restraint shown against the girls. Izuku looked at him, puzzled, explaining that they were villains in this scenario and that their actions could have serious consequences. He quickly shifted from joking to serious. Inko cleared her throat to get the class's attention, asking them to share something they did well and something they could improve upon. Mitsuki, in awe, remarked on how effectively Izuku had fought. She had seen her brother in action before, and his ruthlessness often helped him win against older opponents. But this was pure skill, something she needed to learn if she ever wanted to surpass him. Sakura, unable to find any fault, agreed that even during the 2 blows Izuku threw, they were executed flawlessly. He maintained a slight guard and skillfully avoided any potential counterattacks. Kirishima raised his hand, recalling a moment during his fight with Mihawk when he took a dangerous blow. Inko acknowledged this, explaining that being unaware of a quirk's capabilities could make blocking rather risky. She praised their performance overall. As for the girls who were not present, Izuku remarked that their plan made sense but simply did not work. He noted that anyone else would have been defeated, but he had seen a way past them and seized the opportunity. Inko assured the students that trying their best was more than enough, emphasizing the importance of safety and not recklessly endangering themselves or their classmates. The groups nodded as they prepared for the next match. Ejiro Kirishima and Minoru Mineta discussed various strategies. Kirishima suggested he could harden himself like stone and pin down their opponents while Mineta retrieved Bob. Mineta, momentarily distracted by thoughts of the girls, corrected himself, stating they needed to focus on the task at hand. Kirishima raised an eyebrow, questioning Mineta's understanding of their opponents. He explained that Mitsuki had an explosive quirk and Fuyumi had an ice quirk, putting them at a disadvantage unless they planned carefully. As they strategized, Mitsuki and Fuyumi waited. Mitsuki asked about Fuyumi's quirk and how strong it was. Fuyumi confirmed that she could secure the entire room if they executed their plan correctly. Mitsuki, with a small puff of smoke appearing from her fingers, prepared for the fight. Fuyumi focused her energy, forcing ice from her hands. The ground began to freeze, creeping up the walls until the entire room was coated in a thick layer of ice, making it difficult for anyone to enter. With the timer counting down, Mitsuki stood at the door, eager to confront their opponents. Kirishima charged in, declaring that the heroes were there to save Bob. Mitsuki warned him that Bonnie wasn't going anywhere and challenged him to try. With determination, she aimed her fingers at Kirishima. Though it appeared to be a children's battle, it was about to escalate. Kirishima hardened himself, his flesh transforming into a rocky material, ready for the confrontation. Mitsuki seized the moment, unleashing her quirk with a series of explosions that echoed through the room, each blast powerful and precise. Explosion after explosion shook the ground, yet Kirishima pushed himself forward, determined not to be defeated easily. He shouted loudly as he kept moving, and Mineta, not far behind, exclaimed that he wasn't alone. He threw 2 of his purple ball, believing he had the best chance to jump in from the side. Mitsuki, however, had trained rigorously, attending one of the lesser-known schools out of spite for her brother. She believed she was far more skilled and powerful than he realized, and she was eager to prove it. As she rolled back, adjusting her stance, she aimed at Mineta and unleashed a blast that hit him square in the chest. The impact sent him reeling, and he struggled to catch his breath. Meanwhile, Kirishima was left to face Mitsuki alone. With renewed determination, he swung his arm with all his might, aiming to land a decisive blow. Mitsuki, quick on her feet, dropped low and executed her signature move, the five-finger shotgun. This technique allowed her to unleash multiple blasts from her fingers, providing both range and power. As she pressed her hand against Kirishima's chest, he felt the force of the blast push him back, but he quickly regained his footing. His chest was marked with red, yet he stood tall, refusing to back down. Kirishima charged forward again, while Mitsuki smiled, ready to stand her ground. In her excitement, she momentarily lost track of Mayonetta, who was sneaking up the stairs, still feeling the effects of her earlier explosion. Mayonetta muttered to himself about his limitations, feeling outmatched. Kirishima, meanwhile, began swinging his fists wildly, hoping to land a hit on the smaller but more agile Mitsuki. Most of the explosions had come from her hands, and while they had caused her some strain, Kirishima seemed to grow stronger with each blast. As Mitsuki began to tire, Kirishima seized the opportunity, slamming his hand down on her shoulder and knocking her off balance. He followed up with a series of punches, leaving Mitsuki bruised and stunned. Mayonetta, seeing his chance, jumped in between them, throwing down multiple sticky balls to trap Mitsuki. He called out to Kirishima for help, explaining that he couldn't break through the ice that had frozen him in place. Kirishima's face lit up with excitement as he charged up the stairs, determined to assist his friend. However, when he reached the ice wall blocking the doorway, he crashed into it at full speed, only to bounce back. The thick layer of ice proved too strong for him to break through. Frustrated, Kirishima began punching the wall, but each hit only chipped away small pieces. Inko, observing the scene, asked if they needed help, and when Mitsuki nodded, 𝗏𝗨 burst through the wall, effortlessly breaking through the ice and concrete. Kirishima watched in envy as 𝗏𝗨 displayed his incredible strength. Inko suggested they move to a new building, and the class shared a laugh at the situation. Once everyone was gathered, Inko posed a question about the battle. Izuku raised her hand and noted that while Team Kirishima had a plan, they hadn't worked together effectively. Kirishima had fought alone, which hindered their chances. Inko acknowledged her point and then turned to Team Himura, asking what they had done well and what could have been improved. The response highlighted the smart closing of the bob, but it was suggested that Himura could have frozen the area outside the room for a better advantage. With the discussion concluded, Inko announced the next test. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 and Itsuka Kendo would team up against Hitoshi Shinso and Reiko Yanagi. 𝐀𝐮 expressed that she would likely take on the fighting role while Itsuka would provide support. Itsuka, confident and cheerful, assured her partner that they would work together seamlessly, determined to leave no room for improvement in their performance. Their plan was simple. 𝐀𝐮 expressed her strategy, stating that she would locate the two opponents, they would rush in, and Itsuka would handle the fight to save Bob. Hitoshi, rubbing his eyes and yawning, hoped they wouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Yanagi pointed out that Hitoshi needed a better sleep schedule, to which he replied that he needed sleep to establish one. He then sat down next to Bob and laid his head on him, using him as a pillow. Yanagi shook her head as she waited for 𝐀𝐮 and Itsuka, who were positioned on the third floor, believing it would give them a tactical advantage by delaying the others. As soon as the timer went off, 𝐀𝐮 activated her quirk, sensing a steady heartbeat on the second floor and a normal one on the third. She smiled, feeling proud of her developing skills, while Itsuka looked on in amazement. 𝐀𝐮 blushed slightly at the compliment as they moved cautiously, aware of their surroundings. Unsure if Hitoshi was truly asleep, Itsuka asked if they should surrender. Hitoshi, with his eyes closed, mumbled for 5 more minutes, propping Bob's leg under his head. Yanagi, using her quirk, summoned small rocks and rubble from the floor, causing them to glow with a faint green light before they began to float. 𝐀𝐮 reacted quickly, and Itsuka grew her hands to a massive size, creating a shield to protect them from the barrage of debris. The rubble was sent crashing into the walls, creating even more material for Yanagi to manipulate. This intense exchange seemed to last for minutes, and Itsuka felt the pressure mounting as she struggled to gain the upper hand. Realizing she needed to act, 𝐀𝐮 prepared to jump out and rush Yanagi, hoping to turn the tide in their favor. Hitoshi, with a proud tone, made a comment that stung both girls, prompting them to assert their confidence. Their pride, however, led to an immediate halt in the floating rubble, which dropped to the ground. Hitoshi then instructed them to sit down and surrender, followed by a large yawn. Like children obeying a parent, Itsuka and Kyoka complied, raising their hands and declaring their surrender. Inko, witnessing this, was taken aback by their quick capitulation. With the fight concluded, Inko announced that Team 𝗫𝐿 was the winner. Itsuka and Kyoka were released, still confused by the outcome. Hitoshi apologized, explaining he had to secure the win. Kyoka remarked on the strange experience, likening it to watching a first-person movie where she could see everything but felt no control. She expressed admiration for Hitoshi's quirk, feeling slightly outmatched by the other students. Itsuka reflected on their performance, admitting that they had a plan but ended up waiting too long. She felt guilty for not being more proactive, especially since she was capable of winning in a direct confrontation. Inko recognized the issue, recalling how 𝗏𝗏 had faced similar challenges early in their relationship. He had immense power but often hesitated to act, waiting for others to make the first move. Inko had to prove her own worth as a hero before 𝗏𝗏 allowed her to take initiative. Inko then prompted the class to discuss Team 𝗫𝐿's performance. Many criticized Hitoshi for appearing to sleep instead of actively participating. However, Inko countered their assumptions, explaining that everyone was aware of Hitoshi's quirk. His apparent passivity allowed him to lower the opponent's guard, making them more susceptible to his influence. The class began to understand her point, nodding in agreement. Inko clapped her hands, concluding the lesson by praising their efforts, even if they felt they could have done better. She encouraged them to recognize their capabilities and expressed pride in their performance. As the class prepared to leave, she reminded them that her office was always open for questions, and they could approach her anytime. The students chuckled, appreciating the more relatable side of Inko, who seemed more like a person than a larger-than-life hero. Chapter name: We have seen NP, but what about 𝐸? Chapter begins. Mirko addressed the group of students with a commanding presence, instructing them to call her Mirko or boss. She emphasized that she did not want to hear any formal titles like Miss or Ma'am. If she did, there would be consequences, including detention for insubordination. The students stood at attention, hands behind their backs, responding in unison to her call. Mirko's sharp gaze fell on Pony and Izuku, who were closest to her. She demanded they speak louder, and they complied, raising their voices as they acknowledged her. Mirko then ordered the class to split into pairs and spar, wanting to assess their skills. Izuku remained still, anticipating that no one would choose to spar with him. Yuta and Perona kept their distance, unsure of how to approach him after their previous experiences. Kirishima approached Izuku, eager to spar. He admired Izuku's strength and wanted to improve himself. Izuku warned Kirishima that he wouldn't hold back. Kirishima, undeterred, encouraged Izuku to give it his all. As they began, Izuku focused on his technique, using his left fist to keep Kirishima at bay. Despite Kirishima's hardened skin, Izuku's punches were effective. Mirko observed their sparring, impressed by Izuku's form and resilience. She noted how he skillfully maneuvered Kirishima into a vulnerable position. With a swift movement, Izuku dipped low and delivered a powerful strike to Kirishima's midsection, causing him to gasp for air as he dropped to his knees. Kirishima, exhilarated, urged Izuku to go again. At the start of the school year, Momo strolled through the halls of UA, curious about how much Izuku had changed. Arriving early for her first class, she carried a book to pass the time, eager to see him again. Upon entering her classroom, she found a boy named 𝗀𝐻𝐼𝐷 meticulously arranging the tables. He greeted her politely and inquired about her family background, expressing admiration for the Yaoyorozu Corps. Momo smiled and confirmed her connection to the company. As she settled into her seat, more students began to filter in. Among them was Sigurd, who boisterously announced his presence, much to Momo's annoyance. She warned him to lower his tone, trying to maintain her composure despite his teasing. As the classroom filled, Momo noticed a variety of classmates, each with unique quirks and appearances. However, Izuku was still absent, which left her feeling a bit disappointed. Just then their teacher, Mr. Ball, entered the room, dressed sharply in a suit. He introduced himself and prepared to take attendance, ensuring that everyone was present before beginning the lesson. "I want to hear you all. Am I understood?" The teacher did not give them time to respond. Tenya Ida was present, followed by Momo Yaoyorozu, Katsuki Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, Fumikage Tokoyami, Shirhai Kuwaro, Kiniko Komori, Tetsutetsu, Nito Monoma, Jiroda Shishida, Hiryu Rin, 𝐒𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, Michael Van Mark, Niji Hyuga, Ichiji Vinsmoke, Niji Vinsmoke, Yanji Vinsmoke, Reiju Vinsmoke, and Tengen Yuzui. The teacher noted that all students were present and began to outline the class schedule. Food would be provided to ensure a balanced diet. He instructed everyone to stand up as they would begin their first quirk test. As he walked out of the room, the students hurried to follow him, aware that he had little patience for those who lagged behind. One thing valued at UA was perfection. The teacher expected them to become heroes who surpassed the likes of All Might and Endeavor. He warned them that they would not cater to their every need or comfort them in times of pain. They needed to figure things out on their own or leave if they could not meet the standards. The first set of tests would assess their physical strength and identify areas for improvement before their first major event. The teacher pulled out a large binder and called for 𝐴𝐿 to step up for the ball throw. Sigurd responded with pride, declaring he would toss it to the gods themselves. The lessons were intense, leaving no time for the students to catch their breath. This was just a glimpse of how UA operated. After school, Momo approached her teacher. She hesitated before asking if he could check if one of her friends was in UA, as she believed he might be in a different class. The teacher, slightly annoyed, informed her that due to budget constraints, there was only one hero class this year. Momo found this strange, knowing about the significant donations her father made to UA. The teacher quietly suggested that not everyone had the abilities to meet the requirements and waved her away, clearly irritated by her questions. Momo left UA and headed to the dorms, immediately reaching for her phone. She texted Izuku, who quickly replied that he had not applied to UA but had made it into a hero school. Momo felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, wishing she could share the hero journey with her crucial friend. She threw her phone onto her bed and pressed her face into her pillow, letting out a frustrated scream. Meanwhile, a group of students was being evaluated. Rumi acknowledged their performance, noting that Ishido had done well with her footwork but needed to remember it was a fight, not a dance. Bakugo received praise for his solid fighting skills, while Kirishima, despite being bruised and bloodied, stood strong. Rumi ordered them to head to recovery for a checkup, insisting on a full clearance for each of them. As they approached recovery, Izuku was greeted warmly by Chio, who hugged him tightly. Yamato, surprised by their connection, commented on Izuku's height compared to his grandmother. Recovery playfully tapped her cane on her shin, causing Yamato to wince in pain, realizing that the tap of an old lady's cane could hurt more than any sparring match. She humorously defended her beauty, prompting Yamato to apologize profusely, not wanting to face her wrath again. Izuku smiled at the lively exchange, enjoying the moment with his grandmother. Chapter name, Ranged Combat. Chapter begins. Lady Nagant stood in the gym alongside a new instructor. This woman wore a gray sleeveless combat suit, her face partially concealed by a mask and a green hooded cape draping over her head and back. An arrow peeked through the hood, and her bulky cream-colored boots completed her look. A quiver, also cream-colored, rested on her back, hidden beneath the cape, containing a large bundle of arrows. Her right glove was burgundy, while her left hand was only partially covered. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 smiled gently at the students as they gathered around. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐴 stepped aside, inviting the new instructor to introduce herself. The woman spoke, revealing her name as Maria Ise, the hero known as Barrows, and explained that she had been ill with the flu until just yesterday, which was why she still wore a mask. The class welcomed her, with Sakura being the first to express her pleasure at meeting her. 𝐀𝐮𝐴 addressed the students, explaining that although both instructors specialized in ranged combat, their styles differed significantly. Barrows elaborated that her combat style required constant movement, unlike 𝐀𝐮𝐴's, which allowed her to take her time and eliminate threats before they could reach her. Barrows demonstrated her quirk, longbow, transforming her left hand into a bow with glowing energy. This amazed the students, particularly Kirishima, who found bows fascinating. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 then inquired which students possessed any ranged abilities, prompting Minato, Ibara, Pony, 𝐬𝐶𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, and Mitsuki to raise their hands. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 informed them that they would be training with the instructors. When Izuku asked what they would be doing, 𝐾𝐮𝐿 explained that since none of them were proficient in ranged combat, their training would focus on turning ranged encounters into close combat situations. This revelation initially sounded daunting, but 𝐾𝐮𝐿 reassured them that the school had a principle dedicated to nurturing the best heroes possible. To begin, 𝐾𝐮𝐿 instructed the students to run laps around the gym, with 5 laps deemed sufficient. Some hesitated, while others, like Izuku, immediately took off. Mina chimed in, suggesting that throwing her acid counted as ranged combat. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 clarified that she didn't expect them to use their quirks just yet, as they would learn together. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 assigned Miss 𝐶𝐮 to train with barrows, emphasizing that both had excellent control over their weapons. Minato, Yanagi, and Bakugo were grouped together, with 𝐾𝐮𝐿 explaining that Minato's range would focus on arm strength and resistance training. Minato nodded, trying to shake off his previous tendencies to flirt with teachers. Mitsuki questioned the importance of precision in aiming, to which 𝐾𝐮𝐿 responded that hitting a villain could inadvertently harm a hostage. As the students continued their laps, Kirishima struggled to keep pace with Izuku, who was naturally fast due to his training. Kirishima admired Izuku's dedication and wanted to support him. Yamato, eager for competition, suggested a race, and Mina announced a prize for the first to finish. Mina sprinted ahead, but soon Yamato took the lead, followed closely by Izuku. With his rigorous training, Izuku quickly surpassed Yamato, finishing a full lap ahead of the others. As he caught his breath at the finish line, Kirishima stumbled in, impressed by Izuku's speed. Yamato, too, acknowledged the challenge of keeping up, while Mina pouted about not winning. Just then, Yuta playfully poked her side, causing her to jump. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 entered the gym, congratulating the students on their impressive speed and inviting them inside to practice dodging. Inside, they found Minato attempting to throw dodgeballs rapidly while Mitsuki and Yanagi worked on hitting targets with their quirks. 𝐬𝐶𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐻, Pony, and Ibara were positioned on the other side, ready to join in the training. Following one of Barrow's arrows as best as they could with their own quirk, the instructor called for attention. The students were eager to participate. Mina, filled with excitement, raised her arm high. The instructor acknowledged her enthusiasm and encouraged her to demonstrate a combat roll. Mina cheered as she stepped forward, executing a roll with precision, leading with her right arm and landing gracefully on her shoulder before springing back to her feet. The instructor praised Mina's effort and posed a question to the class about the purpose of a combat roll. Izuku immediately responded, stating that it was unnecessary. She demonstrated by jumping to the side, covering the same distance as Mina but in less time. She added that she remained clean, unlike Mina after her roll. 𝐾𝐮𝐿, another student, smiled and explained that the roll might look fun, but stepping to the side was a more effective maneuver. She illustrated her point by bending her arm, transforming it into a barrel. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 then announced that she would be firing at them, urging everyone to dodge. She pointed the barrel at the students, who reacted with a mix of fear and determination. Most jumped out of the way, while some, like Kirishima, stood firm to protect their classmates. However, Izuku surprised everyone by rushing toward 𝐾𝐮𝐿, grabbing the barrel and pushing it upward, ready to see her next move. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 acknowledged his bravery and removed the barrel as Izuku stepped back, apologizing for his actions. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 reassured him that there was no need to apologize. His response was impressive. 𝐾𝐮𝐿 then switched to using paintballs filled with water. She stood on a box and fired at the students, challenging them to tap the box without getting hit. Despite their best efforts, none managed to dodge effectively, as 𝐾𝐮𝐿's aim was impeccable. The training session concluded with Mina being the only one to last through 3 shots, thanks to her agility from years of dance. After the training, the students headed back to the dorms, but on their way, they encountered a surprising revelation. Izuku greeted his mother, Inko, who smiled warmly at him. The class had kept their family connection a secret, wanting Izuku to feel comfortable sharing it in his own time. Inko longed to embrace her son but held back, not wanting him to feel self-conscious about how his classmates perceived him. Inko asked Izuku about his lesson, and he replied positively. The class, initially confused, soon realized the significance of the moment. Kirishima inquired why Izuku hadn't mentioned his family earlier, to which Izuku explained that they had never asked. He noted that to them, his parents were just mom and dad, while to him, they were heroes. Inko playfully told Izuku that he smelled like sweat and instructed him and his classmates to shower. After a quick exchange of affection, the students hurried to clean up as instructed. Izuku made his way to the common room, where he and his classmates were eager to eat together. Just as he settled in, a sudden surprise startled everyone. Melissa's shield jumped out from behind the door, startling the class, except for Izuku, who appeared unfazed. Melissa, annoyed, expressed her frustration at their lack of reaction. She introduced herself as a future inventor and gadget maker, and the name Shield sparked recognition among the students. Jiro and Mineta exchanged comments about her family name, leading to some awkward glances. Melissa clarified that her father was David Shield, which helped the class connect the dots. She quickly bonded with everyone, becoming the glue that would help Izuku integrate more closely with his classmates. Chapter name: Befriending his class for him. Chapter begins. Melissa suggested playing some games in her empty dorm, hoping to help Izuku make friends. After spending some time in the common room, she noticed that some classmates were making an effort, but Izuku struggled with social interactions. Mina agreed to join in, and soon the group decided to play Would You Rather. Kirishima proposed the first question, and Melissa encouraged him to go first. Kirishima asked Kazuki whether she would prefer to never eat breakfast foods or desserts for the rest of her life. After some thought, she chose desserts, admitting her love for cereal. It was now her turn to ask Izuku if he would rather stub his toe or get a paper cut. Izuku pondered the question, asking if he could choose the foot. When Kirishima confirmed he could, Izuku opted for stubbing his toe, prompting laughter from Melissa, who understood the humor that others missed. None of the students realized that Izuku had metal limbs. Kirishima continued the game, asking if he would prefer a friend who always told the truth or one who backed him up even when he was wrong. He declared his preference for honesty. Bakugo was next, choosing between going a year without combing his hair or a year without deodorant. He confidently stated he would go without deodorant, joking about his quirk's unique side effect. Achiko was asked whether she would rather always be 10 minutes late or an hour early. She chose the latter, expressing her dislike for waiting. Shinso was next, quickly stating he would rather never own a car than a pet, humorously declaring his love for cats. Mina posed a choice between traveling by hippo or kangaroo, and she enthusiastically chose kangaroo. The group laughed as she hopped around the room, while others debated the merits of each animal. Seth then asked if he would rather have 9 toes or 11, recalling a childhood incident. Jiro was asked about dating preferences, and she expressed a longing to date a friend's sibling instead of having them date hers. Yanagi faced a tough choice about coffee, and Shinso jokingly lamented the idea of never drinking it again. Mihawk was asked if she would rather remember everything she heard or saw, and she chose the latter, showcasing her unique laugh for the first time, which delighted Mina. Todoroki was asked about living arrangements, and he chose the country, sharing a sweet memory of his mother. Sakura confidently stated she would rather be the best player on a worse team, emphasizing her competitive nature. Kendo faced a heavy question about happiness and companionship, ultimately choosing to be happy alone. Yui was asked to choose between being a cat or a dog, and after a moment of contemplation, she decided on an American short-hair cat, which made the class chuckle at her serious demeanor. Kaminari expressed his preference for being a genius in a world of morons, while Mineta humorously debated between eating his favorite food forever or never again, ultimately choosing the former. Finally, Melissa stated her preference for being a fast reader over a fast writer. That way, Melissa could learn so much more about gadgets and toys, helping countless people in the process. She expressed her excitement about this possibility. Shiosaki, pondering a question posed to her, found herself in a dilemma. She wished to eliminate both crime and world hunger, desiring a world where people lived in peace and supported one another. After some thought, she decided that stopping world hunger would also help reduce crime, as many individuals resorted to wrongdoing out of necessity. Next, 𝐻𝗱𝗏land was asked whether they would prefer to witness the beginning of the world or its end. 𝐻𝗱𝗏land chose the beginning, imagining the beauty of creation emerging from nothing. Pony was then asked if they would prefer more time or money, to which Pony quickly replied that time was more valuable, as it would allow for more anime watching. After taking turns sharing their thoughts, the group felt a sense of camaraderie, having learned a little more about one another. Mina announced her intention to head to her room, mentioning the need for a shower, while the others nodded in agreement. Izuku shared a brief look with Melissa, which made her face flush with color. Overwhelmed, she playfully pushed him back and hurried out of the room. Kaminari, filled with pride, tapped Izuku on the shoulder, praising him as a true man, while Mineta bowed slightly, claiming he had much to learn from Izuku. Izuku stood in the common room, feeling confused by the sudden attention. He eventually made his way to his own room, took a shower, and settled onto his couch. He turned on some music from a female artist named Amali, recommended by Kathleen. After a sparring session, he discovered he could enable subtitles, which displayed who was speaking and what they were saying. Strangely, whenever he closed his eyes, the subtitles indicated that Yuta was singing, leading Izuku to believe there was a glitch, as their voices sounded similar. Looking at the school schedule, Izuku noted that they had been attending for 2 weeks, and in another 2 weeks, they would face their first major event, the USJ. He was eager to learn more about this upcoming situation and wanted to be prepared. With 24 stat points remaining from his recent level gains, he decided to invest some of them, spending 3 on strength and 1 on dexterity. His stats now read as follows: Health, 100. 0% ability points, 100 strength, 20 dexterity, 15 constitution, 28 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 10 charisma, 7. Izuku had enough points to significantly boost his strength, but he preferred to develop his abilities naturally until a true need for improvement arose. He understood his stats well. His strength allowed him to lift heavy weights and move quickly, while his dexterity enabled him to dodge attacks with relative ease. His constitution, honed from years of hardship, made him resilient to illness and even minor toxins. Izuku's intelligence was a source of pride, as he dedicated countless hours to learning, which aided him in recognizing crime patterns. However, his wisdom was lacking as he had yet to grasp some of life's subtleties. Lastly, his charisma was his weakest stat, affecting his ability to engage in casual conversation. He knew his father excelled in this area and recalled meeting a hero in America named Captain Charisma, who possessed a quirk that enhanced his charm, allowing him to persuade villains to surrender.